How's it going? Welcome back to Westeros. We are glad to see you, dudes, dudettes, and duderinos in betweenos. We are coming at you, continuing kind of our day zero of Addam's name day tourney. We are kicking off the name day feast. We've got everybody all gussied up and dressed up fancy. We've got a 9-course meal coming your way. We've got dozens of guests here in Wyvern's Rest. And we have, of course, the birthday boy and his siblings getting ready to try to herd cats because they have dozens of highborn strangers all in the feast hall all at the same time.
Oh, I
So
don't
we're
get
gonna
any cat.
Yeah, no actual cats, sorry. But we're going to see how things go today and see what kind of trouble might start up or what kind of trouble might get squashed down. So, thank you for coming by here at the start of this arc for Addam Nymaryan's Name Day special as they are kicking off this tournament. And let's do our usual rounds of introductions. Let's start with the birthday boy. Ash, who are you? How are you? Who's your character? What's going on?
Hi, I'm Ash. I play Addam Nymaryan. It is my name day today. I'm 16 years old, so I'm totally a grown up that people are going to take seriously now, yeah?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Good luck
Also
with that.
planning to drink, carouse, have a good time, and yeah, party. So, who will I kick over to? Let's kick over to the other party boy, my brother.
Hi, I'm Robert, play Lucaris, and I am also here. Should be fun. Lots of people here, lots of fighting, lots of eating planned. So,
Alright,
All
I'll go
right,
next.
who's up next?
I'll go next. I am Erica,
Ah.
and I play Bela Nymaryan, younger twin, and I'm looking forward to the party tonight, the big feast, and I know that tomorrow is the beginning of the joust, so I'm excited for that as well. But most importantly, it is my brother's name day, so we're celebrating and having a good time, and I will pass it off to my no-nonsense, stiff upper lip, older sister, Raina.
I was just pondering how to make her flounce. And you're calling her all stoic. I'm Felicia. I play Lady Raina Nymaryan, eldest and heir to the house. And, who is having some issues with being told no. She doesn't accept being told no very well. In fact, she's rarely been told no, so she's a little spoiled. But
Sounds mysterious.
well, it was freaking Barrick.
What a jerk.
The Dondarrion boy.
He's decided that since there are so many people here from the Stormlands, he needs to fly straight and not fly straight. I don't know what you call it here, but he needs to straighten up and be a
Not cheat on his fiance?
Yeah, what a
jerk.
jerk.
yeah, that guy. Yeah, that.
Just the worst.
But what kills me is that his freaking squire is his betrothed, like, nephew or some shit.
And my best friend, so
So it's not like the kid don't know.
yeah.
Anyway, so she got all dressed up in her super sexy dress and is gonna be flirtatious and have fun. If it kills
Sure.
him.
Show him what's missing.
Yeah. She'll feel bad about it later.
That's
I've-
the
Maybe.
Nymaryan way is
Maybe.
the thing and then feel bad later.
this is a recipe for interesting times.
I've noticed a bit of a recurring theme when anyone tells one of the Nymaryan siblings anything close to no, or isn't immediately seduced by them. They're like, all right, listen, I'm going to burn down your world.
How
And
fucking
then-
scary!
What are you doing?
And then maybe I'll feel bad about it later, but you for You're gonna feel bad first.
You know what? I have burned down nobody's world, so I object.
It
I've
might
just
also
thought
be the
about it,
last
and
thing. Oh, sorry.
I've only thought about it and written about it in my diary.
Your diary.
So, with that, we have one last thing I want to give chat a heads up about. I don't know if you all were here for our last big ass feast, but what we did was try to get some NPC prompts as each course was revealed. I did not work on the menu this time. Ash did, so the birthday boy is to blame for all of your hunger pangs. But I do still have a list of NPCs that are at various stages during the meal, potentially going to kind of kick off a little bit of plot hook stuff that the players can or cannot respond to as they are playing host. And everyone has bread and salt and safety within these walls, and yada yada yada. So the PCs can kind of run herd a little more, like I said. So as Ash is revealing each new course, I need chat, preferably a non-player in chat, to give me a number between 1 and 10. And we are going to slowly and randomly work our way through this list of stuff going on as various NPCs are interacting with other NPCs, and as the players are then kind of free to do stuff about it. So be ready, and every time Ash gets you hungry by describing a fantastic new course, somebody toss up a number in chat, and that will be our kind of random die rolling method to kick off what, for lack of a better term, I'm going to call random encounters. Sound good to everybody?
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
PC's on board. PC's ready to try and play Hall Monitor, and keep a big ass group of knights from most of the Seven Kingdoms from knifing each other and stuff. And then of course there's the food itself and the role playing that the PCs want to do as they get to go finding folk. So I think we're gonna kick it off with a little bit of in-character hustling for seats at the high table. We're going to say that the basic layout for the best kind of PC availability is much like the layout was back in the Red Keep, where there's the high table up at the end of the room, which is going to be Grandpa Makar. It's going to be the family, the four of you, but then you're also going to need spots for the Master of Ships, Lord Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone, the Master of Laws, Lord Renly Baratheon of Storm's End, and the Queen of Thorns, the Lady Olenna Tyrell. Those three do not sit at the regular tables with the regular folk. So there's going to be potentially some jockeying for seats there, and it's up to you lot, in theory, where the three of them are going to sit, and which of you wants to sit near which of them. I have a few ideas about who some of you want to sit with and who some of you won't, but we'll see how that musical chairs plays out. And then the rest of the room is going to be kind of that U shape again, with the head table kind of at the top. So like you guys are the lid to this like bowl, for lack of a better term. So there'll be this big U shape that generally has knights spread out by region. So it's more or less like Reach Knights into Stormlanders, up and around into Dornishwind Knights. And then the handful of Riverlanders and Westermen and stuff are spread out here and there. But in broad strokes, in a narrative sense, we're not doing like a battle map. We're just going to say it's kind of the Reach neighborhood, kind of the Stormland neighborhood, kind of the Dornish neighborhood. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yeah.
Yes.
And later on in the feast, you guys are going to be free to kind of breezily saunter around the room and socialize where you will during all this. You guys can roleplay with whichever NPCs you want to, and that sort of thing. Okay? So, we are just kind of kicking off the feast. Everybody is all dressed up, and Grandfather Makar um, was in the feast hall as people began arriving, looking like it's his room, right? Being the first one there kind of gives you ownership, and in this case, of course, as Warden of the Stoneway, it is his room. So he's sitting there, kind of graciously acknowledging everyone as they are showing up. And he's, of course, sitting at like his spot, which is, front and center of the head table, and giving little, polite waves and nods and acknowledgement as all the guests are coming trickling in. And yeah, it's up to you four now. Where you're gonna sit, who's gonna try and steer what NPC towards what seats up here, who's looking out for whom.
I will sit to Grandpa's right.
Good plan.
If Lady Olena is anywhere like starting to enter the room when I am, I will walk with her and give her the left-hand seat.
Okay, so it sounds like the heir is on Olena duty, much like Grandpa will be later tonight. Wink.
Ooh.
Oh,
So, all right. So we've got Reyna trying to kind of run herd on the Lady Olena. Who wants to go looking for Stannis?
Oh,
Nobody! Fuck!
I mean, I guess since this is my tourney, I should probably look after an important person. Damn it.
Look at himself. He's a grown-ass man.
No, I don't mean look after, but I mean like,
I mean, he knows he's going to sit somewhere at the high table.
yeah,
The question of, do any of you want to try and steer him somewhere in particular at the high table, or Stannis being Stannis, do you all just kind of want to let him go where he wants to go, and then steer Renly in relation to Stannis? Like, is Stannis starting his own course?
that's
that-
more. That was more a thing I was thinking. I was like, do we want them to sit apart? Because it could go badly.
Either
They not
way,
get
it could go
along?
bad.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know. We don't know what would happen.
I am
Um,
fine with being flanked on both sides by stern old men for this party.
I mean, I was just wondering if it might be
Hey.
hilarious to put him next to Lady Olenna. See if she can lighten him up. But that could also go badly. Damn
So
it!
it
I'm
sounds
trying,
like-
I'm trying really hard not to have a diplomatic incident, at least not on day one.
So it sounds like no one's going to try and steer Stannis.
I
Is that
kind of feel like he would probably want to not be told where to sit. That would probably make him grumpy. So I think, just kind of let him decide where he wants to be.
Okay. And then who wants Renly duty? He asked hypothetically.
It's his birthday.
All right. So that went about like I thought it would. I figured.
Damn it!
I figured
I need to be less
only.
predictable.
I figured only one of the twins would brave attempting to steer the Lady Olena somewhere, and probably only because you were in your home. If you were anywhere else in Westeros, nobody would be trying to tell her what to do. And then I figured nobody would want to touch Stannis and like tell him where to sit, like a dog. Oh, you mean to tell me where to sit like a dog, right? And then I figured that Addam would probably want to go say hi to Renly and guide him to his seat in Adam's chambers, or just wherever.
Hey, I'm not
So-
going to mess with a happy relationship. I just want to be friends.
All right then. We will say that Lord Stannis arrives first because he is not aware of, and even if he was, he would not ascribe to the notion of being fashionably late. If he was told that dinner is supposed to start, at sundown, he was pacing in the hallway, looking out the window, like waiting to not see the sun. right? Like he's like, listen, this is when they told me to be here. And he's not quite that much of a caricature, but he's on top. Right? He's not wanting to make an entrance in a fashionable way.
Ooh, that's me in real
Oh,
life.
are we gonna have like at the Tourney at King's Landing have like someone announce people? Is that a thing that's gonna happen?
My thought was that it's kind of just happening without having to role play it out because
Sure.
everyone, like, I'm gonna mention there's a few exceptions that aren't gonna be at this meal, but yeah, like my assumption is that your maester is kind of going through the motions of announcing folk, but I don't feel like
Yeah. Oh no,
doing
that's fine.
that.
Oh no, it's fine. I'm absolutely not asking you to do that. I just wanted to kind of know, sort of scenically, if that's happening or not. That's all.
Yeah, yeah.
We do
So
not want we don't want a repeat of Pycelle.
yeah, and this is also why, for instance, like we're populating the high table first, because like the highest ranked people are coming in. I don't know, they generally did the reverse, but we'll just have them coming in together, basically. So we'll say that most of the lower tables have already filled up, and
Okay.
kind of here come the highest ranking ones. So yes, in the background, there's absolutely the rattling off of titles and stuff. And Stannis gets, polite assent, mostly from Stormlanders, because he did hold Storm's End against a siege during Robert's Rebellion. He is, a Stormlander by birth and blood, and so it's not like he's greeted by cold silence or, anything like that. And he just makes his way up to the high table, and he seats himself one seat down on grandfather's right. Like he has assumed that family will have the seat right next to the lord of the house, and he has taken the next seat over on grandfather's right, which makes it on the reach side of the U. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So he settles into one of those seats.
So
And
there's basically like a space between Rhaena and Stannis.
I think that's my
the other thing.
No,
Other side.
it's Grandpa, then Rhaena, then Stannis, then open
Okay.
seats.
Yeah,
Okay.
don't fall over in jealousy or anything.
And as she put it, her plan at this party is to be flanked by old men on either side.
Grumpy old man.
Grumpy old men, sorry.
I mean, important old men.
Stannis is half grandfather's age or something, but
Oh,
yeah,
so bare.
older.
Older.
So, next up comes Lord Renly, who is greeted with altogether more good cheer and raised glasses, and partially it's because he traveled here with a whole bunch of people, right? Like Stannis traveled here with like 3 dudes, and none of them were paying attention to the Maester introducing people because the Maester isn't a woman, right? Like, so Stannis arrived with just a handful of Crownlanders, whereas Renly made a trip all the way from the Reach, picking up Stormlanders as he went. So there's that, but also Renly's just a more likable, affable fellow than Stannis. So he's definitely greeted with a warmer welcome. And in fact, like the titles get cut off as people are like, and just raising their glasses and stuff like that. But as you kind of make your way over, Adam, you lot almost have to do a double take because you notice that Renly has shaved his beard. And it makes him look even younger. Like he's already, like early 20s. But it knocks about 5 years off. And you're like, yeah, no, like these Baratheon boys are pretty good looking. Look at that jawline, like, yeah, nope, this works.
Yeah.
Um,
I think in the books he gets favorably compared to a young Robert.
Quite often, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he has become clean shaven since last you saw him. And he gives Adam a warm smile, as though it's not at all unexpected for one of the hosts to come over, etc., etc. And just kind of gives you a smile, and raises his eyebrows like, where to?
I would be honoured if you would sit with me at the high table, Lord Renly. I've been dying to meet you.
Ah, fantastic. The best view in the house, huh? Right, off we go.
Right, so this could be a terrible idea, but I think I'm going to sit on the other side, so Elena will be on the other side of me. So I'll
Okay.
sit next to Elena and sit Renly next to me on the other side.
Holy
Alrighty. It is impossible not to notice, and this is like for most of you, because you guys all have like above average awareness. Renly is waving to the knights and lords on his right, kind of making his way across the room, not acknowledging his brother sitting to his left. And you, Reyna, seated next to Stannis, can't help but notice Stannis. I was gonna say Stannis looks tense, but like, yes, he is awake, right? He's just a serious guy. But you notice that he kind of takes that as a snub, right? And it's just math. Again, there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for why more people greet Renly than Stannis. That's they just traveled here. And there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for Renly to wave to that side of the room. That's where more people are, and people that were just nice to him, right? But you can tell that there's like a tally going on. Your camera's up a little high. It's looking right at your nose. It's cute. So yeah, like you can notice that definitely sitting next to him, Reyna, that, you know, Stannis seems tense. You know, like he seems to be taking count of these little snubs. You know what I mean?
Did I make it worse?
It might just be sibling stuff, right? You know, I mean, you talked to me at length about how you hate Addam. So, you know, it could just be this older wait, oh, sorry. I wasn't supposed to shit.
That is not what happened. I love Addam.
On
Right, I
his
love
name
Addam.
day of all days.
You're an asshole. Leave him alone.
I know. But yeah, so you notice that Stannis just seems to be kind of taking little snubs. But yeah, Renly is completely affable to everyone on his way up, and you can see him kind of playing up the clean shaven, and that some of the knights are, you know, laughing at him like, "Who's that boy?" You know, no, the squires are eating outside. You know, and a lot of the knights are kind of talking shit to him. And yeah, and he's like stroking his cheek and cracking grins with the assorted fellows and that sort of thing. But you know, otherwise without incident, there's no skirmish breaks out. Nobody has to roll initiative. We're not busting out the social combat rules to immediately start intimidating people or whatever.
I'm really going to have to make a point, like at some point in the evening, to try and address that balance, because I do not want an angry Stannis. Or at least not above the baseline angry.
And that leaves us with 2 empty seats at the high table. One next to Stannis on the Reach side of the room, one next to Renly at the other end of the table on the Dornish contingent side of the room. Luke, Bela.
Bela, I do believe they fucked us.
I do believe you're right, brother.
Who's taking the
Although, I can't say I would have wanted to be where they're sitting right now either.
Look at me! And then you guys are all over there snickering.
Which one do you want? The pretty but gay one or the angry one?
Oh, the agony of choice.
Wait, is he talking about Stannis and Renly or Addam and Reyna?
It's ambiguous.
Yes.
Between the two, brother, I might fancy Lord Renly.
Then be my guest. I suspect there'll be plenty of time for you to have pain later.
I'm so sorry. I didn't think long enough ahead.
Yep, you guys
Well,
didn't
I
know
was
it.
next to later, but it's done. So I sit
I
down.
wa-
Yes.
I wasn't using my brain. I'm sorry.
Yep, you guys were playing the urinal game all along, and leaving no empty spots up there. Somebody had to get a checkmate. Uh, so, the guests are arrayed, and as you guys finish a little bit of quipping, and perhaps a good luck toast to one another from the middle siblings, always overlooked.
Yes.
Everyone is able to look out at the assembled guests, and you notice it is the lords, ladies, and knights. Squires and maidens are not here. So there's kind of a kids' table uh, out in a hallway or, something like that. And you notice that a couple of the knights are also out there, including, for instance, you guys don't see a mystery knight. Nobody is still wearing their full plate here.
I was thinking that might be a bit unsustainable.
He took his plate off and he split it with the crowd.
Yeah. So,
Or maybe takes off the helmet and there's just another helmet underneath.
yeah, do the Red Hood trick, where in Batman under the Red Hood he had on like this full red faceplate, but then he had on a domino mask under it. He's like, haha, I get bamboozled. But yeah, so you notice that the squires aren't here, and the maidens are not here. There was a bevy of daughters and nieces that came with the ladies of the Reach, and of course there's all kinds of squires. Every now and then a squire is coming or going, checking on their knight and just seeing how things are, or whatever. So every now and then you've got the kids kind of wandering in, and maybe stealing a drink from the stronger beverages here. Like they've got watered down beer and wine out in the kids' table. So it's mostly gonna be a more kind of adult atmosphere in here. And what's up, Ash?
Which, I take it, Edric Dane being a lord supersedes him being a squire.
Yes, Edric Dane is the only nominally a squire in here because he is the actual lord. Notably, though, the young maiden that was traveling with the Lady Olena, Alisane Bulwer, is not in here.
I'm sure he'll be relieved.
She's also not been blooded in combat against the Vulture King, for instance. So she has a few strikes against her maturity level that Edric Dane hasn't. So yeah, the assortment of, rather most of the maidens and stuff. Desmera Redwine is still here with the Lady Mina Tyrell. But she's 17 or 18ish. But for the most part, it looks like the cutoff was about 14 and under are out there somewhere. Not counting Sorella Sand and Elia Sand, because good luck with that.
They do what the fuck they want.
Snakes. Right, so those they're in here and mingling with the Dornish contingent at present. Because if you tried to tell Elia she had to sit outside, she'd just come charging into the other end of the feast hall on horseback or something. So they just
Of course you would.
just let her go. So for the most part, it is sirs, lords, and ladies filling the feast hall, and they're mingling around a little bit. It's not like a hard line of Reach and then the Westerlanders and then Stormlanders and then the West, but it's a tendency in that kind of U shape. And then let's bring out that first course, I think. Sound good?
I mean, I have prepared a short speech,
Okay then. The speech first.
but I mean, it can. The two things could be concurrent, I guess.
Well, not if you're saying both.
What?
Right. You can't
You can't
describe
say
the
both
speech.
at the same time. You have to say
Oh.
one and then the other.
but a course isn't. Oh, no, right? Okay, I see what you mean now. But no, I'm going to read the speech first and then the course.
It's fine.
So
That sounds right.
Addam will stand up and address the room. Welcome, honoured guests, allies, friends. You honour me and my house greatly with your presence here for my 6th and 10th name day. I cannot imagine a better collection of people to celebrate this milestone with. I know that had my parents lived to see this day, they would be so proud to see the friendships and alliances that I and House Nymaryan call our own. May all our ancestors look down upon us and take joy in our ever-strong connections with each other. It is my very dear wish that you enjoy the festivities, and I look forward to catching up with you all personally over the next week. And God's willing, may we all reach the end of this journey happy and prosperous. To life, to growth, to House Nymaryan and its friends, may none tear asunder what we build together. Thank you. And with that, the first course comes out, which is a amuse-bouche and aperitif, a mixture of Kalamata and giant green olives, dates, and Amontillado sherry will. So
All
it's
right.
just a small little sort of starting thing.
Nibbles.
Nibbles, yes, exactly.
The kind of introductory speech slash toast is huzzawed by all and sundry. Some, more loudly than others. Mostly the veterans of the war with the Vulture King. You notice they're kind of the most vocal. They feel like they've earned being a little rowdier, perhaps. The Reach ladies, of course, are quite dainty and prim, and but yeah, everybody is friendly about it. And as the amuse-bouche is distributed by the small army of House Nymaryan servants, you do notice out of the corner of your eye, playing Bela on the battlefield, is, of course, Bessa of Fleabottom, just barely leaning into the doorway and, ordering people around and, watching where stuff gets delivered and stuff like that. So she's not quite here. She's not abandoning her post, but she's very sternly, out there on the edge, distributing the troops.
When you said playing Bale on the battlefield, I was like, is that a song that the bards are doing now? Because there's definitely music.
Regional phrase, I think.
Yeah, there is music that is actually being provided by one of your guests. Traveling with the Reach contingent was a fellow dressed all in blue, a handsome young man with curly hair that is dyed like Tyroshi blue. You haven't seen this shade since your associate magistrate gambling friend back in King's Landing, and he's dressed in head-to-toe blue, as though he's a member of the Blues Watch, right? It's soft blue boots, blue pants, blue just everything.
I heard they have a brotherhood there.
And that is Watt, the Blue Bard, who generally answers only to the Blue Bard. The Lady Olena Tyrell introduced him as Watt because she does not call people colors, people have names. So she does not play along with his attempt at a trademarked name. But yeah, so there's music in the background. But Bela on the Battlefield isn't a song I have written yet. The Lady Olena is a normal kind of old lady finicky about her food. She kind of pokes through it a little bit and then nibbles ladylike. Doesn't sing praises, but she also doesn't upend the platter and demand something else, which is not beyond her her brazenness.
I'm gonna call it a win if she didn't tell me that it was awful or whatever.
Yeah, so she's eating along.
That's a hater.
Stannis eats like a warrior on campaign. He's just like, yes, this is food. I need this in my body, right? And it's just very matter of fact. This will be 2 bites and done. And then he just kind of is finished eating that course, right? Like he is not a dainty nibbler. He doesn't lean over to talk to Reyna or Bela about it. You both got like abrupt but polite nods, and Lady Reyna, Lady Bela, right? Like as you sat down, but he is perhaps unsurprisingly not doing much small talk. Renly, on the other hand, is a chatterbox, and he will make that high status, high breeding, like breeding as etiquette specialty type of thing, and chat about, oh, these are delightful, and oh, I've never had it with that on there before, and do the very polite small bites. He has been to this sort of feast, and he knows how to enjoy this sort of feast.
Yeah, it's I suppose it's very much been created with that sort of person in mind. Not him specifically, but yeah, like I put a lot of effort into it.
Yeah, like
but yeah,
maybe the person sitting next to him, maybe.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, but I mean, this is meant to be like a very short course anyway. It's just a little kind of thing to get started while people are getting kind of situated, essentially. So it'll be quite quickly followed up by the next one. Do you want me to read that now, or is there
right,
something?
I was typing in chat real quick. One last thing that the twins are going to notice over on their side of the table, on the Reach side. You see Loris Tyrell, who is seated at the very head of the Reach table, as close to the high table as can be, because he's the fucking Tyrell that's here, right? He sits there. He makes a big show of poking through the appetizer with his dagger, and he leans kind of noisily over towards some of the nearby Reach Knights. In this case, it's Sir Desmond Redwine and Lord Mathis Rowan. And as he's like making eye contact across the way to the brothers from House Corgyle, he says, "Dreadfully important we check this sort of thing for scorpions, I hear." And you all remember the popular historical fact / rumor that years hence, shortly after a Targaryen civil war, the Lord of House Corgyle murdered the Lord of House Tyrell with scorpion venom. So it looks like a little bit of across the cafeteria jabbing has commenced as the descendant of that murdered Tyrell Lord makes a big show of looking for scorpions in his food while giving the hairy eyeball to the descendants of that Corgyle Lord.
On him.
Wow, like already, I would not let anyone eat a scorpion. Well, not a poison one anyway.
The Corgyle brothers, it's Sir Julian and Sir Aaron, for their part, simply lift their glass in a cheerful toast, which gets some snickers from the nearby Dornishmen. And maybe it's just, yes, all in good fun. Maybe it's, we poisoned your wine. Who could tell with these Dornish folk? So it looks like, like the cross table, the jabbing between cliques has commenced.
I feel like we should have made an announcement at the beginning that there will be no poisoning at this feast.
Yeah. I'll be very cross if anyone gets poisons. Very, very cross.
Other than that, it's pleasant small talk. Some of the rougher Stormlander knights are eating like Stannis and just kind of wolfing down this thing in one bite. Oris also does that over in the Dornish contingent.
I mean, Addam may have thought him beforehand, like, don't just bite into these olives, they've got stones in them. Like, don't just crunch down, you'll hurt yourself.
It looks like maybe Elia goaded him into it. The way she's giggling at him, just tossing this whole thing into his mouth, his maw, you know. But yeah, for the most part, everything seems to be going just fine. Just a little bit of poking across the tables from our selection of one.
Some,
so-
friendly joshing is okay.
Yeah, just joking about regicide.
Yeah, just joking.
So, Ash, lay it on us. What is the second course?
Yeah, so it's going to get more substantial now. So the actual sort of proper starter, you get a couple of choices, and you can have both if you want, or just choose. There's it's 2 patties. There's a mushroom, walnut, and tawny pork patty, and there's a duck, brandy, and orange patty, both served with like really thick slices of like still warm, fresh sourdough breads. And to drink with it, you could choose between blackcurrant wine from the Stormlands or mead from Honeyholt, the seat of House Beesbury.
I will,
Beesbury,
take,
no.
Very nice.
What'd
I,
you
will
say?
take the, I will take the duck and the mead.
Good choice.
Oh, I think the blackberry would go better. Duck has a more bold flavor, and so the blackberry.
They're really like they're geared to be able to kind of get sort of paired in any way you want, basically. And like I say, like it's totally okay for people to have a bit of both if they want. Because
Sadly, the only one I can converse about this with is Stannis. I don't think he tastes flavor.
Stannis actually
Boiled
asks.
books it.
He asks for a small portion of both, which you think might be a diplomatic maneuver on his point to not be playing favorites. Or, you know, maybe he does taste food, he just doesn't talk about it. So yeah, he actually tries a little bit of both. Renly, on the other flank, does the same, but in a very kind of complimentary manner, like, oh yes, of course, we can't pass up the mead. Beesbury's good stuff. And, you know, like he's a little chattier about it, but he also goes for the kind of half portions.
Yeah. Adam's
the lady-
doing the same.
When the server asks, the lady Olena just says, "It's your job to bring me my food. It's not my job to tell you what to bring me," and just leaves it to the poor put-upon server. And they just put one plate in front of her and the other one in front of Grandfather Makar, who answers with an airy wave, just like whichever. He doesn't seem to be terribly concerned with which flavors he gets, so he just kind of gestures for it and softens the sharp tongue of the Lady Olena a little bit, who's just like no, I'm not ordering food. You're supposed to bring it to me. Somebody else was already supposed to decide this in just grouchy old lady way.
Choices? This is terrible. No choices. This is terrible.
I don't know what you mean. There's
Luke was
no
going to
way-
lay down the server for a moment, but seeing that Grandfather Makar has kind of softened things, he lets it go and goes up to his food.
There's no way that that hyper privileged big boomer energy from Lady Elena could possibly be off-putting to waitstaff.
Wow.
But yeah,
Wow.
there doesn't seem to be any genuine malice in it. It's just kind of her being her is the vibe you get.
I will try to be party-minded here and aim some of that supposed charm at Stannis. Be like, my Lord Stannis, I think you have the right idea. I think I will try both.
I liked the duck better, I think. So he engages in conversation. It's not terribly pleasant, but he,
That
he
was a win
answers.
already.
Yeah,
You-
like,
he-
it was pretty good stuff.
He gave
can
you an
talk about,
opinion.
like- Yeah.
And it didn't involve like eviscerating anyone or or just
I'm sure you can find something to talk to him about. I mean, you're the heir to a house. He's the head of a bit of a house, kind of, and
Yeah, it's a cadet branch. It's a full house.
yeah, ask him Ask him how's the
he's
family.
got my island.
Yeah, what's his seat again? I don't remember, Raina.
He's got my
He's got my
island.
job.
It
But
looks
yeah,
soft.
he answers in what is a fairly pleasant way for Stannis Baratheon.
We are
Um,
pleasant.
Speaking of Stannis Baratheon, though, like I said, we're going to go with the 8 from Mr. Frost King, just because I'm not going to let Bad Nug be quick on the draw every time. So the 8, speaking of Lord Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone, um, his eyes are off to the left, and it might be because he kind of leaned your way and chatted a bit. It was a little bit of a lean, it was a little bit of a chat. But you can't help but notice those penetrating Baratheon eyes flicking from Renly to Oris, because Oris is off on his left also
Every
in
time
the
these fuckers.
Dornish contingent.
But I
Now-
meant to talk to Oris about who he was meant to stay away from tonight, and I forgot. Fuck.
You dye his hair red, give him a mustache, fake mustache.
You are kind of relieved though, as the connection is made, in that Oris is a grizzled veteran campaigner and the 100 slayer of the Vulture King's, battlefield, and he's been growing his stuff out. He hasn't been shaving, he hasn't been cutting his hair. He's got his hair in a ponytail for this, kind of that stark half ponytail from the show, like the half ponytail, half top knot. So his face is framed by stray hairs, but he's got, a big, bristly black beard going on. And Renly does not. Renly's hair is that kind of the short cropped, the Barristan Selmy haircut, right? Jamie mid-season's haircut, the kind of short, neat cut, and he is now clean shaven. And the two actually don't look terribly alike, except that you lot have seen Oris clean shaven and seen Renly with the beard and etc. etc.
And so has
And,
Stannis.
Right, I mean it's his fucking brother, and they both look like his other brother, and Stannis isn't really far off of that Baratheon mold. He's not quite the spitting image of Robert that Renly is, but yeah, I mean the Baratheon blood is clearly pretty potent stuff.
Yeah. There's a whole plot point in the books about how they all look alike.
That's weird
But
that
yeah,
his kids don't look that way.
Sorry.
It's weird that Robert's kids don't look that way.
Right?
Oh.
I know,
all
right?
Yeah.
So that's weird. That yeah.
But you notice as well, Addam sitting next to Renly, that it seems like Renly has that gift of knowing when somebody is looking at him from across a crowded room. And as he is cheerfully sampling the appetizers, you see him swiping at his face a little with a napkin. He goes, "Oh, that's right, nothing to catch the crumbs." And he leans over towards Luke, or no, Bela ended up on that side, right? You're on the Renly side?
I'm on the Renly side, yeah.
Right. So he, in order to not only be talking to the birthday boy, he leans over towards Bela, kind of faux conspirationally, and he goes, "Decided to shave it off. First thing my brother said when he saw me here was that it looked good on me."
Well, I suppose it was nice to be complimented, and well, I confess I didn't. I've never seen what you look like with a beard, but I'm sure that is also striking.
I just look like Robert either way, but it's really the principle of the thing. I fancied the beard, but taking fashion advice from Lord Stannis of Dragonstone, I think not.
Well, I find you very handsome.
A compliment from one of the two prettiest women in the... Yes, grandmother, he says. She didn't say a fucking thing. One of the 3 prettiest women in the room.
Oh, such a charm.
Well trained.
Yeah.
Oris does not seem to be to notice. Like maybe he just thinks if he ignores Stannis will ignore him. Uh, Maybe Oris is this early and sober, this early and sober in the feast. Maybe Oris is trying really hard not to eyeball his uncles. We'll see if that lasts this whole feast as Oris continues to drink.
I mean,
Um,
maybe he's just like very distracted because someone put food in front of him.
that could be it. You also, just because you're following Oris or following Stannis' gaze, you notice that Oris did also ask for a sample of both, by which he meant a full serving of both.
That boy's got hollow legs.
He's got to grow. He's growing.
Oh, he's already
Growing
like,
anymore?
7 feet tall.
Go out too.
He's a fucking giraffe.
Who else do you notice? You notice Alisane Mormont absolutely goes for the mead. She, chugs it the way Mormonts drink anything. Most of the Reach folk, go for the Beesbury goodness, but it doesn't seem to be a heavy political statement that anybody's making. Everybody seems to enjoy that course. Any other particular activity from PCs, or have we already tried to engage Stannis enough for this course?
I mean, like, I'm certainly not going to be impolite to Lady Olenna. I'm not going to totally ignore her or anything, but yeah, I'm not going to at this juncture not saying like anything really specific. Just making niceties.
She hasn't been engaging you either. She's doing small dainty bites of both a fancy lady and a pretty old person that probably doesn't eat very much anymore. But she makes like an assenting ladylike grunt noise, like, yes. And like she enjoyed the bite that she had. She sips at some of the blackberry wine and makes a little bit of a face. Too sweet. Oh well. But no major commentary. She's not starting
Doesn't
to
ask security managers.
yeah. So she's not, and she's being, fairly pleasant. Just, hanging out, and who knows just who she's paying attention to. It's hard to tell. Could be everyone,
Grandpa.
could be no one. Could be Grandpa Makar. And yeah, I think we are ready for the third course.
Lucas in a very subtly broadcast "Come rescue me" faces as he looks out among the crowd with only Stannis at his side.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
What do those look like?
Okay.
Those are kind of great.
So, so it's soup course next, and there are 2 soups. First one is a smooth chestnut and sage soup with a kind of little swirl of creme fraiche in the top and little sage leaves arranged attractively in the middle. And there's also Cullen skink, which I've put in because it's a traditional Scottish soup. So I've made it like it's northern. So this is probably a thing that's common in White Harbour. And it comprises of chunks of smoked haddock, onion, and potato in a milk and butter broth. And those are going to be served with like an oat and rye bread, and like in bread bowls. So that's one thing about bread bowls.
Oh, you just sold me.
Along with a Nymaryan Vineyard dry white wine or a hoppy ale from the Reach.
Alrighty, that sounds pretty tasty to me. Once again, the Lady Olenna doesn't deign to make a choice. she just expects to, be given what she's supposed to be given, and grandfather just gestures for them to leave both, and the two of them start to actually kind of share this course.
Aw.
And
Everyone, scoot over and shove them together a little bit.
but yeah,
Scoot.
once again, Renly and Stannis both politely ask for small servings of both beverage options in particular. Renly, of course, is more polite and pleasant about it, and well, there's no way that I would turn down Nymaryan wine, but also I did travel here with a rather large contingent from the Reach, and yes, grandmother. He's kind of indulgently towards the Lady Olenna again. Again, she didn't say things. She's not his grandmother. You just
Yeah.
get the feeling that he has grown accustomed to this from travel. And
Yes, of course,
Stannis,
sorry, go ahead.
no, as in Stannis again, just kind of curtly and politely asks for both. It's not no pleasantries with the servants, just matter of factly, asking for both and not sharing his thoughts or giving praise or whatever.
I'm
Sure.
gonna very politely ask the servant to bring me the onion-based soup and the hoppy ale.
Good choice. Yeah, it's like it's considered like a fish soup, but yeah, it does have onion in it. So it's like smoked white fish and
Because
butter,
he was sitting
basically.
next to Stannis, I had to eat the onion-based food.
It's not like loads of onion, so you
I
might
want
need
extra onion. I will be like, can I get my extra onion?
Oh goodness me. Yeah, I mean Addam will probably have the Colin Skink because he's not been to White Harbour for ages and probably has missed this particular thing. That's why he put it in the menu. And we'll have the wine, like. But as soon as he's chosen, we'll be like, "Oh, I wish I had the other thing."
Right.
I mean, it is your name day. You could ask
Sure.
them to bring one back or
Yeah.
whatever. Like,
Yeah.
it's, you're
Yeah.
allowed.
He's probably I guess like Adam's like kind of making having a little bit of everything because like he's really been excited about it. But we'll kind of we'll go for that one. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was saying he was hungry since he drew up the feast list.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, but we'll kind of start with that. Certainly. Yeah. Actually, I made out of character made the chestnut and sage soup, so I've got pictures that I'll be sharing later.
That sounds
Because
really good.
of course, it took
Yes.
us 3 courses to get to the real life stuff that Ash
Well,
has made.
well, I have olives right here. I was eating olives,
All right, it's fair. That's fair.
and I did have the Amontillado sherry, but I'd never had it before, and I tasted it, and I've decided I don't like it, so I'm not. So I'm having Tyrrell whiskey instead.
All right. The activity in the peanut gallery this time, as everyone is now several not watered down beverages in, and as people are starting to mingle a little bit more, leaning to the other side to talk to the knights from the other place, right? Instead of leaning inside and talking to the other Reach knights, leaning over this way and talking with some of the Westerlands or whatever. And you guys notice that there's a bit of a commotion down at kind of the corner where the Stormlands meet Dorne.
Oh dear.
Oh,
It's
Lord.
like always.
And you notice the bearded and pox-scarred face of Roland Storm, the bastard of Night Song, who's a pretty burly and fierce warrior. And he has leaned over and talking with Obara Sand. Obara Sand seems fine with it. It's a big burly dude flirting with her, everything's okay. But Aunt Elia isn't. As she is, leaning forward and shouting like 4 people down the table.
Oh dear.
I think the Stormlanders have done quite enough to Dornish girls. Keep to your own, bastard. Type of stuff. And you notice that a couple of the adults are kind of maybe like putting their food down, like they're about to stand up. And you notice that Ulwick Uller of House Uller, who is the grand uncle of several of the Sand Snakes, not Obara, but Elia, who's also sitting right there, seems to be taking particular note. Oh, and then so is Lord Bryce Caron, Roland Storm's half-brother. Oh, and then so are more of the Stormlander Knights, etc., etc. So things are getting a little bit loud over there.
I'm about to get up unless somebody else wants to do something.
If anything, Adam was going to be like, I mean, I'm quite happy to say to you directly, like, you're good at, calming.
Luke is heading that way right now.
Yeah.
All right. Is Luke going alone? Are either of the twins joining in? Sounds like the name day boy is going to stay there so look normal. Either of the sisters?
Everything is fine.
I'll get up as well.
I stay
Not to play
here,
enforcer.
but I look at Barrack hard.
like he's supposed to yell at a peer and a marcher lord to like get Bryce Caron to. Anyways, he does. Yeah. So you notice that Barrack stands up as Luke and Bela are approaching, and is kind of offer them a +1. But Luke seemed to be moving first. So, like, who is Luke targeting primarily? Is he
Luke is
talking
heading
to
toward
Aunt
Aunt
Elia?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's heading. All right. Aunt Elia runs hot, and you can tell like she might not even actually be mad. She might just be enjoying herself and antagonizing some Stormlanders.
Yeah.
Because you know that it's not like she means it when she called him a bastard. She certainly had more vitriol in there when she called him a Stormlander. Which again, remember what happened, and why she is your adopted aunt, instead of ever actually getting to be married and all that stuff.
As I approach, what is Aunt Elia wearing?
Whoa, dude.
She's
I'm
gonna
not
be
gonna
in.
fuck her. Just
She's gonna be in kind of her go-to, like leather garb, the kind of sand snake wear from the show, like an almost like leather armor looking top, and then like flowing cloth pants with a couple of slits in them so that they breathe. But she hasn't really bothered to like dress up. She has some jewelry on, which she normally doesn't, so she's adding some color and flash to it. And she's wearing stuff that's clean, etc. But she's not dressed up like a highborn lady in a fancy Dornish woman gown or anything. She wears more practical stuff.
I want to sit down next to her and ask her about the jewelry she has on, just kind of as if this is like an aside. Just sit down and, Elia, the jewelry. I don't usually see you in it. There's anything special about it?
I know exactly what you're trying to do, Luke, and I
Calm
appreciate
down.
that you're making the effort. I am plenty calm, but that Stormland bastard needs to also stay calm and keep his hands to himself. And Obara grouches, and she says, he touched me on the arm to offer me some wine. And she's this whole like Aunt Elia is like 6 or 8 years older than Obara Sand, right? Obara isn't like the 13 or 14-year-old Sand Snakes. She's like, God, Elia, come on. Oh my God, I'm surrounded by Elias. It just occurred to me, and he seems put out by Aunt Elia trying to just kind of pick a fight over her because somebody reached across the edge of a table. You know what I mean? But you could tell that Aunt Elia was just looking for a Stormlander incursion into Dornish territory, basically.
Incursion.
And you can tell that like the adults were sitting nearby, and she might have put them up to like, hey, jump in when I start shit, right? Sir Ulwick Uller, that does not seem to be the case. House Uller does have a reputation for being pretty impulsive and unpredictable. They are of Hellholt, in the middle of the desert, and everybody jokes that everyone from House Uller is just like perpetually sun drunk, right? And making impetuous, violent type of stuff. So it looks like he wasn't in on it. You notice as he sits back down, he had his knife in his hand. Like he was not wearing his fuck around face. His Mr. Potato Head doll went like 0 to 60 real quick. But you also notice Lord Bryce Karen has an arm around his half brother, jovially. You can't hear what he's saying, but it looks like they might be okay. Bela, you can hear what he's saying, because I'm just going to say you kind of fanned the other way as you approached. Like he went one way, you went the other.
It's our natural flanky maneuver.
Yeah, to kind of both cut them off. You can actually hear Lord Bryce saying, like, save it for later in the week. She's just a woman. Just this. I know where we are, brother. And just telling him like it's cool. Save it for the game, bro. Right? Type of vibe. And he's got like an amiable smile on, like, I'm such a chivalrous knight. But instead, he's just like rerouting this like sudden anger. Roland Storm, for his part, looks rather like a show bear, like a circus bear that looks initially confused and then grows angry, because he's just like, what the fuck? Like, I just offered her some wine because she said she didn't like the meat as much, and then like some wench is gonna try to, so he's got this look like this was like way out of hand, but like if you guys want to throw down, right? So he's got that look that's like slowly turning from confusion to like willingness to fight if he's got to, like pretty quickly. But he seems to be, under control. And as the Lady Bela arrives, he actually gives a nod that's not quite a bow, and apologizes kind of under his breath in a bastard talking to a highborn lady type of tone, to you, not to Aunt Elia, the landed knight of House Sandstorm, but to the Lady Bela Nymaryan, who is approaching the skirmish, as it were.
So I'm going to draw upon my experiences leading in the army, and I'm going to say, I know we're all from different houses here, but when we are all fighting under our banner to defeat the Vulture King, we fought as one army, and we helped each other, and there was no ill will towards anyone from different houses, Stormlanders, or Dornish, or wherever you are from. We were all together. Let's calm down. We're here for fun, here for a party, and some jousting to come. Let's keep this light and have a good time. And then I look at Aunt Elia at the end.
Knock it off, lady.
Lord Barrick gives a clear, like, what do you want me to do look across the room to Reyna, but then he kind of backs up Bela's speech. He goes, well, I do remember we all had a bit of ill will towards one Dornish house, and they're gone because we did such a great job. And let's, and he, slaps slaps both, the Lord of Nightsong and the Bastard of Nightsong, who were both there. Remember, Bryce Karen led his army late, but they were there in time for the final battle. So yeah, like it looks like Bela's good cheer reinforced by coming from someone besides a Dornish woman. Like having a Stormlander backup probably helps because it's probably tough for knights to back down from insults from one Dornish woman and then a battlefield speech from another Dornish woman when a bunch of them weren't at the battle. Like the Karen brothers were, but like the other knights that are watching sure weren't. So they might be like, you did what a girl told you, right? But it seems like Rhaena sending the backup of Beric Dondarrion is enough to kind of save face. Like, all right, like another Marcher Lord, and the Dornish Marcher Lords are the ones that fight the Dornish. But like, if he's saying it's okay, so yeah, things kind of cool down. There's probably a muttered, "Yeah, that's what I thought," from Alt brothers as the Karen brothers are sitting down. Sir Ulwick sets his knife back like in the table instead of on the table in a very House Uller fashion and leaves it standing there. So,
Children.
yeah, so things got a little bit more heated, but swift deployment of initial troops and allied reinforcements by the Nymaryan siblings seems to have kind of nipped that in the bud before things escalated, and boy howdy could things have escalated.
Yeah.
I will smile my approval.
Yeah, I think Adam will be kind of looking over gratefully, like, thank you. Thank you for stopping that fight, please.
Thank God this is the excuse I was looking for. I sit here next to Aunt Elia
Stuck
for the
in
next
room
round.
to the big table.
It's not coming back.
To keep
All right.
And I'm just going to be
It's
whispering to Aunt Elia, like, Obara could run him through in a heartbeat, right? It's all over the battlefield.
Well
Just-
escaped.
She just gives a shrug. Well, I doubt he'll be in the archery contest or holding the targets. Oh well. Like, it was good fun. I almost started a knife fight. It didn't quite work. That's all right. There's
I'll tell you what.
plenty of meals and feasts yet to come all tourney. So she's just kind of like, like you kids remember I told you don't land every shot, right? She just seems kind of like, oh well, that's all right. I got more. So she seems okay with it.
Should he tilt against me, I'll hit him extra hard for you.
There you go.
She shrugs. Well, good luck. He's supposed to be a rather fierce one.
Oh, lovely. But aren't they all? I've been hit by fierce ones before.
So that'll round up the third course. Things escalated a little quickly there.
No
Yeah.
time to go back to my seat. I guess I'll stay here.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean that's
Howard.
it's a pretty good excuse because you can say that like I wanted to stay and like make sure nothing kicked off again. But of course, if anything kicks off again, you'll be right there.
Unless I started, then I will be right there. It won't help.
Yeah,
Because you'll be starting shit.
Right.
Like, I
all
wonder
right.
where Elia's going. She's just kind of trolled the party, kind of digging it, and just
She
gonna
yeah,
keep control of it.
being what we would call a shit stirrer.
Yes.
So all right, Ash. Lay the fourth course on us.
Right. Well, this is the fish course / seafoods, and it is stuffed crabs boiled with fiery Associ spices, served with fire roasted artichoke hearts, sweet potato and scallion fritters, sweet corn on the cob, and slices of avocado. And along with that is Westerland's oaked white wine or sweet red summer wine from Sunspear.
All right.
That sounds so good.
So first spicy thing of the
I love it.
The canny and
sorry, let's just explain. It's basically when I say stuffed crabs, like the crabs are like they've just kind of got their shell. You lift the shell off, and the stuffing of the spiced meat is inside.
Um, the pattern recognizing servant that's been bringing the food to the middle of the high table goes to just set down a plate in front of the Lady Olena, and it's the spicy one, and she just makes a face. Ugh, no, I I'm I'm as old as Dorn. I can't go eating your peppers. Trying to kill me? Are all the rumors about Dornish folk true? And, and just kind of waves them away.
Yeah, I
And
guess
you can see,
I can say to the servant, like, leave the crab. The other stuff's not spicy. It's fine.
and you can see Grandfather Makar also trying to mollify the servant, just like here, quick, just trade the plates and it's fine. Because like he's been trying, he's been doing a good job. It's just some little page-age small folk kid, this 12-year-old getting told to serve stuff. So she just seems to be having fun in her own way also. Once she gets the other dish, she picks at it just fine. Again, just a few.
It's just the
Sorry,
one
go ahead.
dish. It's just the one
Oh, okay.
dish. It's like
so
all
if-
that stuff all that stuff comes together basically.
Gotcha,
but-
my bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, she'll just pick at the edges of the crab, like far away from the peppers and stuff. But yeah, she seems fine. She's fine. She's having a good time. She's enjoying the food. She's just passing the time, offending as many little people as she can before she dies. Keeps them short. So we got that going on. Most of the food, and it's torn into with gusto by the Dornish folk. They are all either used to peppers, used to seafood, or both, because several of the Dornish guests are from right here on the Sea of Dorne, with you lot. Other guests are going at it with less zeal. You think a few of them might have just never had like seafood before. Like, what the fuck is this? Because some of these houses are pretty far inland. They're not all on coasts in Westeros, and not everybody gets to, travel very much. A few of them dig in, going, "Oh yes, of course," and then they get like the second bite halfway to their mouth before they taste the dragon peppers a little.
There's no dragon peppers in this.
You said there was
I said Essosi spices, and I said
Oh,
fire
it's-
roasted artichoke hearts.
Sosi spices. Okay, sorry, that's what
Yeah.
threw me out. I thought it was dragon peppers.
No, they
I
come
got
later.
Okay.
Later,
Well-
later, he says.
Yeah, like,
Sosi spices are still going to be pretty warm to a lot of the
yeah.
kind of default Westerosi fare. Sorry, when I was thinking stuffed, I was thinking of like with the bits of pepper in there too.
He
Anyways,
was thinking about what he would like.
maybe shut up, mind your business.
You hear what
uh,
you want here, Rusty.
But yeah, like again, nobody's making a big deal about not liking it or anything. You could see there's a few kind of good-natured ribbing of one another among some of the knights when they see the guy next to them turning red or whatever, and a few of them are kind of daring each other to eat just the stuffing. Go on, get a whole bite of it. I bet you can't. Just a few of that sort of stuff going on. A lot of the Reach ladies are all very polite about it, but they take like a very small couple of bites, right? Like the tiny little dainty bit, and they fanning themselves.
Yeah, and like I purposely accompanied it with things that weren't as either weren't as spicy or not spicy at all. Especially with like the avocados kind of meant to be cooling and stuff, so I kind of tried to give it some balance.
The corn fritter
Yeah.
sounds
I mean,
good
right.
too.
Which is great for most people, right? But if you're not at all used to the spices, you see Mary Crane over there sitting with Lady Jenna Tyrell, who's married into House Fossaway, but she's Um, they're over there, and Mary says something that makes the Lady Jana just like peel out laughing. And you can say that Mary, that she's then pointing at her brother, and then over at a few of you, and talking about having Dornish purses at the Red Keep. You're pretty sure. So you could tell she was like, she knew some flavorful food was probably coming more than most, and is talking about how it got treated that time. But yeah, the highborn ladies are very polite about not eating much of it, but some of them don't eat much of it. Of more perhaps immediate concern, Ulrich Erler has pulled his knife out of the table and is using it to pick at his food. Which is
I was worried there was going to be, and he stuck it in someone else.
No. But he's kind of glaring over at the Stormlanders contingent, and then up at the high table at Lord Renly, and then leaning over and joking with some of the Dornish knights. And you notice that he has picked the stuffing out of his crab and is now refilling that hole with his knife rather suggestively, while making some off-colored jokes about Lord Renly.
This guy's just like near where I've been sitting, right?
Yes.
Was he one of the bro contingent?
I set my
No.
wine glass down rather hard.
He is of the kind of the sun-stroked House Uller. He's the one that's from the kind of half-mad family.
Yeah.
He is the great uncle. He is the uncle to Elaria Sand, Prince Oberyn's paramour. So he's the great uncle to about half of the Sand Snakes. And some people say that they get their wildness from him. But he seems to just be openly making a gay joke at the expense of probably all Stormlanders more than just Renly.
Kick his ass, Luke.
So, like, kind of more of a growl than a word, Luke just says, "Enough of that."
Duh. You're no fun. He just seems like disappointed. Like there's no genuine malice in it. He lifts the knife like up and out of the crab in kind of a like a violent cut type of way, and sticks it back in the table while making eye contact with you. Like, I'll figure out something else. Like, that's fine. You don't like this joke, whatever. But whatever, I'll think of it. So-
Luke just stares
Come
him
on.
down. There's no intimidation here. It's just no.
How dare you? Some of my
Black.
best little brothers are gay.
So yeah, it looks like again his target was the Stormlanders and their masculinity, more than it being an actual homophobic insult. But it was still a homophobic insult.
Yeah,
can
somewhat cool.
You can tell from seeing his response to you that like he was just looking to piss off Stormlanders, right? However he could. So still not real cool, but he's just like good natured about it. Like Aunt Elia, it's the same sort of look. Like fine, I'll piss him off some other way.
I was like fucking children.
They're just like duh, why are these grown-ups bugging us? And they're both some of the oldest people here. Like they're both of the Robert's Rebellion age, right? Like so they're not out there with the squires starting shit. They're in here with the grown-ups trying to start shit. It's that wild right our blood. You give everybody +2 physical defense and they get a little cocky at the dinner table. Other than that, Stannis does not comment on the spice. You can tell he slows after the first bite, but then he very meticulously cuts and eats the next, cuts and eats the next. And he pauses when the spices first hit, but as Lord of Dragonstone and having grown up in Storm's End, which is right here on the East Coast, he's more used to this sort of thing than most people. So you get the feeling that he was sending outriders to scout the heat level, and then methodically attacking the enemy army. Right? Like the first bite, like you can tell the first bite was like probing, and then he's like, "All right, yes, this will be fine," and then eats the rest of it, and he tries to then like lean over and he mentions one of the associate spices that's in it. I'm drawing a blank on like let's cumin. Let's say would that
Yeah.
be one that might be in there?
Yeah,
And, like,
definitely. But you're talking like you're kind of like your cumin and your cayenne and
Yeah. So
things
let's
like
go with
that,
the cumin, and he leans over towards Reyna, um, and says, oh, that was very fresh cumin. Yes, yes. And he doesn't say like it's good. He doesn't say that those bites were very expensive, right? Or whatever. He doesn't say how he knows it was cumin, or he just he's making an effort at
Oh,
converting
bless.
the people at his table to some extent. You can just tell he doesn't like doing it, and he isn't very good at doing it,
He's
right?
not a bad person.
I appreciate it.
He's trying.
He's
Oh,
trying.
bless him.
Don't owe him. He has your castle and my job.
He still does have my castle. He has my island.
Well, all the
Fuck.
more we should pity him because we're gonna get it back someday. I assert.
Maybe.
Totally non-traitorously.
Renly does not seem to have noticed this round of japing at his expense or not. He was sharing some affable joke with a reach knight at the far end of the table, so he was off looking the other way. Maybe he was looking the other way on purpose when he noticed a sun-mad Dornishman looking at him and giggling, like maybe he was very politely not hearing it. But he doesn't give any sign of having done so. And then he just, gives Addam a little bit of a nod, and then kind of good-naturedly grins and is like pointing across the room where one of the Reach Knights is having trouble with the spice level. It's one of the Fossaway brothers. There are 3 of them here from Cider Hall, and it's hard to tell them apart. But yeah,
That's fine.
one of them has turned quite a bit redder. In fact, he's about as red as the apple on his shirt.
Well, I suppose if the spiciest thing that you're used to is cinnamon apples, you're going to have some trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Oh well, it'll toughen them up.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine. They'll face worse later in the week, I'm sure. There's no keeping those Fossaway lads out of the melee. So again, just kind of a good-natured thing. It's not, haha, look at that guy. Just hey,
Yeah.
look.
Yeah.
Good-natured thing.
Yeah.
And you can tell, that Fossaway lad is drinking up now. And the rest of them are like congratulating him. Looks like maybe a dare was involved in the bite that he took, or something like that.
Mhm.
So, no clear escalation from Lord Renly having noticed any joke at his expense, or things like that.
Mhm.
We good for the next course, everybody?
Yeah,
Sure.
I am. So, this is the. I've just written second course, but it's not really second. It's fifth. So, it's time for Dornish purses.
Yay!
So, yes, they are
Did we
stuffed
fry
with
these ones or no?
what?
Did we deep fry these ones or no?
No, the Dornish blankets are for the closing feasts. So there's your free spoiler.
You fucking fool. Why are you asking these dumb questions, Robert? There's a method to this.
Sorry,
Yeah.
everybody.
Should have trusted me.
I'm at the
yeah,
kids'
so-
table with the kids.
So,
Aww.
you clown. Yeah, so Dornish purses are happening. They're very spicy flatbreads they're I guess calzone shaped, so they're like round, but then they're folded and held shut, and they are stuffed with minced lamb, potato, and fiery dragon peppers, and they are coming with like optional sides that will kind of get put out no matter what, and they kind of depend on how hot you want it. For the people who don't want them as hot, there's lime infused sour cream. So it's just like sour cream but with a kind of citrus zip to it, and whole green dragon peppers that have been fire roasted with coarse salt on them. So they're kind of like a really hot version of like a padron pepper. And those are it's all being served with mango lassi, which is like a thick yogurt based drink with mango pulp and cardamom and vanilla in it. So it's a kind of like sweet and mild drink to kind of calm down your mouth if you want. The alternative is some dark spiced rum from the Summer Island, but in quite small cups because that stuff is heckin' rare and even more heckin' expensive. So you can either make it better or worse for yourself depending on how you're inclined.
That's what I'm gonna drink. The rum.
Starting at the high table again, the Lady Olena just waves off this course. Like it sets down in front of her. The guy's not going to not serve her, but she just gestures, and Grandpa Makar reaches out and grabs the plate and pulls it a little bit away from her, and she does drink the the cooling lassi. She goes for that, but it looks like maybe the Queen of Thorns knows something she can't do, right? For lack of a better term, and maybe she's staying away from the spicy foods, not just to be a grouch about what she eats.
No, that's totally fair enough. I was aware that this was going to be a divisive person.
It also like the familiarity of our food.
She got to try some already and knows her limits.
And also just with Renly and with kind of all the rest of the knights and lords in the room, you can see them all doing the kind of good-natured, like, oh, here we go, all right. That dad look when you sit down to eat the 3-pound burrito that's free if you can finish it, right? That like, oh, man versus food time. Like all the knights and lords are doing that same thing and kind of nudging each other, like, all right, you go first, and some of that. The Dornishmen are fine; they're like half done, right? They're digging in.
Everyone's like, I will give you a silver to eat that whole pepper.
Right. So the Stormlanders, the Reach Knights, the Riverlanders are all like, oh Lord, what are we doing here, right? And a few of them are like, oh, that thing hits like a turkey lance, right? And they're hurriedly drinking stuff. Some of them look scared to drink the specialty because they're like, I don't know what that is. Is it going to be spicy too? Is this what if there's mint in there? That would be awful, So some of them are kind of egging each other on towards that drink, and there's just kind of a good-natured rowdiness to it.
That's nice.
Including Renly. Stannis does not make a show of it. He takes a very small bite again. A very small, precise cut that he eats, finishes, lets it sit for a second, and then kind of goes, and then cuts it into the next few bite-sized pieces and just finishes his food. Like he tests it, and then he steels himself for it, and then he eats what has been put in front of him. It's a very kind of meticulous, purposeful, just... It is my duty to eat this meal. I have taken their bread and salt. I will. You know what I mean? It's that kind of vibe.
Dude, put the cream on it, please, for the love of the seven.
Rusty, I noticed we're sitting here and the shit stirring stick has been left idle, so I'm gonna give it a big old stir.
Oh,
As
gosh.
I hand it out, I'm gonna lean over and go to Elias and go, Elia, be careful. Adam was afraid this would be too hot for you.
Oh my god, you're bringing me into this?
Stirring it. Stirring it.
Sorella Sand bites her lip to stop from like ruining the fun. Obara pointedly turns to talk to Elia while doing this type of thing with her voice, like not paying attention or interrupting it. It seems like everybody is fine with Elia getting a little bit of trouble, right? Those that know her and love her the best are fine with it. You see Oris's eyes widen a few seats away, and Aunt Elia leans in and smiles and says something to him that distracts him before he like tries to save young Elia. And she goes in and she downs that thing in 3 bites, and then she sits there and she's like, she made eye contact with you the whole time, right? And then
Well, with Luke or...
and then like she sits there, yeah, with Luke, the one that spoke, and she's just staring at Luke, and she's getting red in the face, like you can tell she's getting red, and now she's like just staring you down, and like waiting to see which of you is gonna go for a drink or for like the yogurt first. Like she is just like she is not doing this, right? So
I'm on
so
one
yeah.
area. I put the rum down and I stare at her.
You know that she's gonna fucking have a go at me for that thing.
So I'm stirring
So
it.
it's
Yeah, it's fine. I
if
can handle it.
there are 2 ancestral qualities that can make this sort of thing not kill you, it's gonna be blood of the Vroin and blood of Old Valyria. So you 2 are handling this better than most, but it's clearly uncomfortable, and you're pretty sure you're both gonna sit here and not like eat the yogurt or drink unless you do it first. Like she is just, you can tell she's got her hands
I
on the
have
table.
I have one more problem here. Is as a functional alcoholic, the rum is right there.
it is a problem.
Well, I mean, I guess you could be like, right, so we're going to agree that we've both won, so we're going to take a drink at the same time.
I feel like this is gonna go on till the next course is here.
But you're gonna be like, no, leave that. Like, don't take the rum away.
Yeah,
I'm
leave it.
not going to touch
I'll
it. Not till the challenge is okay. She basically does the same. And you can see, like, she's going white-knuckled on the edges of the table. Like, she's got both hands on the table and is grabbing it. But she is not going to give...
Does a few buttons get them all connected today, which is a rarity.
Yeah. And you do notice that several of the visiting knights, like, watch how the Dornishmen eat it, and a few of them even go, hey, watch how the Dornishmen eat it. Like, you just hear them doing it, like, oh yeah, right, yeah, let's fucking do it the way they do, right? And it's a little bit of like, hey, this food's weird, but it's also a grudging kind of, well, like, let's do like they do, I guess. Like, they have to know how to do this sort of thing. So it's you know, almost an appreciation for Dornish, you know, yeah.
That could go very wrong because Luke likes to put extra dragon peppers on it, which is like not everyone does that, so he makes it extra hot.
Yeah.
So they could just totally doom themselves.
That's kind of his motto.
What, more peppers?
Makes it extra hot.
Makes it extra hot. I thought the motto was "Where's my shirt?"
That's more of just the way he lives his life, looking for a shirt.
Yeah, that's the not official house words. That's the
common saying, but not the house word.
This is the way.
Lord Renly stops after one bite, and he seemed good-natured about it. And he's just like, "Listen, I'm sorry, lad, but I've been eating delicacies in the Reach for too long, right?" And he, brushes it off, But he's willing to admit, like, no, I'm not going to do that for no reason. I
Well,
took a bite. I was polite, you know.
that's quite all right. I very much understand. I just know that, well, Lucaris would never have forgiven me if I hadn't put them in here somewhere. But do have some of the lassie and the rum. They're not going to be harmful.
Oh,
Yeah, the rum's
Wouldn't want
really
to be
great.
rude. I wouldn't want to be rude, he says, and cheerfully goes for the rum. Um, and then, you know, gives a bit of a cough in that, oh, that's good rum type of way, and then
I
follows
should
it
hope
up.
so.
with-
I should bloody well hope
Um,
so. It was expensive.
That said, there was the 7 in chat, and this is noticed. Bela, did you kind of stay down where you were? Did you stay down where you were, like with the Stormlander Knights and stuff like that, kind of at that junction?
No, I went back to the head of the table next to Brennan.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay. Well, then the closest is probably going to be Luke. But again, most of you are able to notice it. Maybe Reyna is glancing in that general direction to look at Barrick, or just make sure that Edric's okay. And he is. Edric is outdoing Lord Barrick on this dish. And it looks like it's a long-running joke between them. And you can hear Edric signing with like, well, when my aunt starts cooking for you, the type of stuff, like she doesn't do the cooking, you know, but so, you know, Edric's doing fine. Balin Swan has finished his, has made a point of showing the other Stormlanders, like, you gotta eat this stuff sometimes. And also, he's maybe marrying into the family, so he's gotta show kind of defensively, Nymaryan food isn't weird, you know, that sort of thing.
Oh, it's weird.
But then you notice another Outlander, and this is one of the Westermen. So he's kind of mingled in with some of the burly Stormlander types, and that's Lyle Craighall, the Strongbore. You guys might recall him from the books. He never made it into the movies, but for instance, in the books, he is who Jaime Lannister thinks of as one of the men stronger than him in Westeros. Right? So the guy's nickname is the Strongbore, and he lives up to it. He's this big, burly, booming voiced man that isn't a Baratheon bastard. I know we've been saying lots of people remind you of Robert Baratheon, but he's got that big Baratheon energy, right? The broad shoulders, the barrel chest, the big arms, the loud voice, and there is absolutely no mistaking that a few of the nearby knights have been telling him about the tourney in King's Landing, including Oris hacking his way through some very prominent Westerland squires. And there's no mistaking that the Strongbore is looking straight across the room at Oris, and like you see the Strongbore's shirt, you know, straining against his biceps, type of thing. Like he has decided that Sir Oris the Aurochs is a challenger to his whole theme, and is giving Oris a hairy eyeball from across the room.
Well,
Addam doesn't like this.
And Oris doesn't seem to have noticed yet,
Of course.
so it may not escalate into much of anything. But yeah, he's very clearly sizing him up and, you know, that sort of thing.
make a note.
Yeah, it's like that's going on a list somewhere. Is either that
Yeah,
or having
and-
a kind of John Mulaney moment. If you look at the Oris, I will stomp you to death with my hooves. I'm so crazy.
And some of these don't need an immediate response. Some of these on the list may spiral out of control without Nymaryan intervention. Some of them might not. So this one doesn't seem
one's
to be
fine.
getting out of control. Nobody seems to have called Oris's attention to it. or anything like that just yet. And I mean, what are the odds that some of the Dornishmen near him would do that? So it seems like everything holding steady,
Who would
holding
do that?
steady.
What's the odds?
Yeah, who would cause attention to that? Like, there's no one there who wants to cause
You're
trouble.
basically going to
That guy says you're
guaranteeing it's going to happen.
Stirring
Right.
shit.
Yes, exactly.
The stick stirring, shit stirring stick is right here. It's free. Next to Ellie, that one guy. I'm sure it won't get stirred.
I feel like several people have a stick and they're all competing to see who can stir the most.
Sure, real hard.
So before this course ends, I'll say to Lord Renly that it's like swordplay, right? Like you have to, you don't start out being able just to eat the full dragon pepper, right? You have to do a little bit at a time, and you get better at it, and then maybe by the end of the week you'll be able to eat a whole one.
Or perhaps a wiser knight recognizes his limitations and saves himself for the tilt.
Perhaps that's correct.
And again, he's very he's good natured about it. He's not at all insulting your food type of vibe. It's probably for the best that some of the Dornishmen aren't real close to some of the other knights, because a few of the other knights are like, I'm not eating that shit, right, type of vibe. But yeah, like Renly isn't finishing it or pretending to or trying to, but he's definitely being chill about it and kind of self-effacing instead of insulting the cuisine. He's just a pretty likable fellow. Anything else on this course? Are we good for Ash to continue? Raina, you've been kind of quiet on the old hot peppers course. How things going?
These are good. She eats hers rather delicately. She doesn't eat the whole thing, but only because, God, this is so much food. But she does eat it with some of the cream and the avocado and she only eats like a third of it and then she goes to the rum because things were rough. What?
Good to know that Adam's not the only, I'm not the only one drinking my feelings today.
Pretty sure you're never the only one drinking your feelings in this family.
No, I realized just as I started saying it, I was like, Luke was drinking his feelings long before Adam was drinking at all.
Yeah. I'm glad you got his character.
All right then. Lay the next course on us, Ash.
The only thing that separates Luke from the rest is somebody told him no earlier. So he had a head start on the drinking thing.
Yeah, so now everyone gets a reprieve. Like, we're over the spice hump, so to speak. It's not going to get worse from here. So the next course is a salad of sweetgrass and spinach with almonds sprinkled into it that have been roasted in smoked paprika. There's also like plum halves and like a tangy balsamic vinegar based dressing, and it's served with pomegranate juice or strawberry cider. So it's like a light non-spicy one this time, but like I guess with a bit of a kind of smoky, fruity flavor.
Sounds good.
So a flavor oasis.
I'm so hungry.
Yeah. Right.
Oh my gosh.
I'm like, yep.
Have
No,
that,
our lunch.
have that ham slice.
Lunch was not enough. I needed more lunch.
I warned you, bro.
We knew.
Yeah, still, here we are.
I did it to myself as well. I didn't even eat dinner, and I'm just sitting picking away at olives, and I'm still like,
Ash is going to eat every olive in this room.
Well, I'm at my decanter. That's what I have for food at the moment.
oh wow.
One
Yeah,
day
I'm
we're
also
all
thinking-
gonna get together and we're gonna have one of these meals.
Oh man, that would be so cool.
Wouldn't it?
And I'm gonna go. Nah, it's not for me. I'm gonna order like fast food.
You can all watch me try to like eat the equivalent of a Dornish person. Like the top of my head will come off.
Order pizza. Pizza. Okay.
Okay.
I've never had a chimichanga.
Really?
Yeah, the lady Olena, and grandfather Makar, eat a comparable amount of this dish, and there's no mistaking that. Like they're talking almost exclusively to each other, right? It's not all giggly, flirty stuff though. Like they're occasionally like nodding towards people in the crowd.
Yeah, they're
occasionally
plotting.
they're occasionally looking dead on at one of you four. They're they're having a working dinner here, and speaking low enough and close enough to one another. Yeah, they know what they're doing. But she digs in on this course just fine, and makes a few appreciative, polite noises in the abstract. She doesn't call the server back over to compliment them. She just eats it and doesn't complain, which is praise, right? So yeah, she's doing fine. Stannis actually eats less of this one. He's not a fan of sweet stuff. So he does politely taste each thing. Renly digs in with gusto. And vociferously enjoys himself. Plums, quite right. Like them almost as much as peaches. And, just digs in on this kind of desserty dish. And it seems to be a big hit with basically everybody. Like almost everyone in the room is wolfing this one down.
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not desserty. I mean, just like having a bit of fruit in it doesn't make it a dessert. I mean, it's still distinctly like a salad that's mostly savory, but it's just got a bit of fruit in it for like color and like balance.
We're talking to Americans.
But to Stannis, that's a dessert.
Okay, fine.
Onion is such a dessert.
It's a strange dessert salad.
Oh god, he's gonna hate the last two courses then.
We're gonna skip other PC reactions, and first we're gonna go back to the Elia and Lucaris stare down.
Oh lord.
At what point is that round over? Like, when are you guys using your held actions? Like, at what point are you saying the prior challenge has ended?
Luke wants to win this. He's willing to skip this course. He's gonna try to judge her how she feels about it. Without
once you both have this course in front of you, she keeps her eyes on you, but she's like we both got it here. I'll put my gun down if you put your gun down, right? That sort of Mexican standoff vibe. So it looks like you guys could get a draw.
Suspiciously. But he doesn't stop first.
So the two of you maintain wary eye contact to the unending amusement of the friends and family around you, as you both then get a bite of salad and and you both finally take the bite at the same time, and breathe normally again. Finally.
Your host respectfully recommends thou get thyself a room.
Why would Addam do this to us?
Oh my god! Slander!
And the rum is getting drank.
And she's wolfing down this salad in a very unladylike way. And she's like, well, he can't beat me on horseback or in the water, so I guess he has to be better than me at something.
Better than you at lots of things, you little wet.
You're right.
Yeah. You make me so angry. like flames on the side of my face.
Just, there is rum going in my mouth now.
And she actually matches you on that shot of rum. She does not hold it as well as you do, but she is determined to match. She should not have. That she has quite a bit
Luke
less.
is not going to push that. Luke is going to be like shot after shot, forcing. He's just okay. This is where I shine. I'm not going to turn to this.
If Adam sees Luke drinking like multiple shots of that rum one after the other, he's going to be like, "Stop scoffing it! It's like a gold piece of shot. Fuck's sake!"
As somebody who's bought some expensive rum, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, Adam's also a bit of a hypocrite because he'll have totally secreted a bottle of that in his own room. Like, right, well, that one's fine.
Chance.
So yeah, young Elia Sand does not hold the rum well. Sorella Sand absolutely does. She is just fine with this Summer Isle rum. And remember that her mother is a ship captain from the Summer Isles, and she downs it just fine and glances around to see if anybody doesn't want theirs, like she did a minute ago, you know. But, the salad is enjoyed by the Reach maidens and ladies. Some of the knights take a few bites, and then are like, "Where's the meat?" And started to kind of nudge one another, like, "Bring out some boar, or stag, or something." Yeah, whatever. And you know, they're eating. It's food. It's in front of them. It's good. Some of them are trying to cool off after the last round, but yeah, everybody seems to enjoy this course.
Oh yeah, I did forget to mention actually that like between each of these courses, like there is like distribution of like fresh mint leaves and lemon wedges and cucumber slices and kind of you can as like little palate cleansers so that you're kind of ready for the next one. So forgot to mention that, but like those are kind of in between each course. But the salad's probably the closest to like an actual course that's a palate cleanser.
You notice most of the knights and lords don't bother. The most highborn of the Reach knights do, and all the Reach ladies very daintily and politely do partake of the palate cleansers. Most of the knights are just like, yeah, whatever. I'm good. I'm good. I'm saving room for. There's got to be like aurochs or something, right? You know, like they're saving themselves for marriage with the meat course. You get the feeling, but yeah, the Reach ladies have definitely been very daintily and carefully, you know, cleansing their palates, and they're enjoying it. And the Reach ladies, of course, are all talking during all of this, making eyes over fans at some of the knights, you know, and you get the feeling that, yeah, no, they're definitely gesturing some to Grandfather Makar and Lady Olena as well. Like those Reach ladies are in on all this, and they're spotting for the artillery at the high table.
I sense plotting going on.
This is a relatively drama-free round. You notice that the knights from House Brax, a pair of brothers, they've got the unicorn on their shield from the Westerlands. They seem to be in kind of a jock staring contest with the brothers Buckler from the Stormlands. And you think maybe they're just kind of sizing each other up in preparation for the joust or the melee. It could just be a couple of brothers wanting to pick on a couple of brothers. Maybe they've tilted at one another in tourneys before. You know, Stormlander and Westerlander knights certainly love their tourneys. So there could be a little bit of history there. Nobody's really saying anything or doing anything. You guys are just kind of on the lookout for this sort of thing. So on top of the usual and ongoing tension in the room, you notice that this set of brothers seems to be kind of eyeballing each other.
I'm sure it'll be under control. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. No worries.
All right. Any other particular responses? Any other PCs wanting to mingle more with other NPCs, or everybody kind of staying where they are?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of like feeling. I think I'm feeling a kind of thing like being at the high table. I feel a bit more of a kind of pressure to stay put because there's a kind of pecking order. It's like, yeah, I don't know if that's
I
justified.
think
or
I
not.
feel like the more alcohol that goes out, the more people can move around socially.
Hmm.
And particularly Adam, I can see it making sense to want to stay at the high table at the opening feast on his name day. So yeah, that makes sense. Just trying to give people the option.
Sure. Yeah, like I might kind of save moving around for like after the last course or something.
Okay. Twins, you two staying put up at the high table?
I look a little restless, but I stay.
I'm going to take the strawberry cider from that round, and in between the courses, I'm going to move over to the Stormlander contingent and just kind of sit with them for a course.
You notice that as you arrive, the Stormlander knights, like one sees you coming, and they all like nudge each other, and then like as a group, they scooch and make room on the bench next to Balin Swan, who does not see you coming. Like, you don't know if he asked them to or if they have decided to, but yeah, like a spot opens up right there.
Excellent. I will take the seat.
Let's say it's between Lord Balin Swan and Red Ronnet Connington, the Knight of the Griffins, with his red hair, red beard, etc., etc. So, seat between a fairly, prominent son of a prominent house and the landed knight from a house that fell on hard times during the rebellion. But, yeah, looks like in a kind of good-natured way, the Stormlanders are trying to like help Balin out a little, maybe.
Aw.
Like,
Oh,
Bless.
All right. Let's lay that next course on us, Ash.
Right, well, this is the main course, the proper centerpiece of the whole thing. It is roast suckling pig stuffed with apples and black truffles, and there's a Nymaryan wyvern like charred into the skin of the flanks, and it's served with a plum sauce. There's also roast swan stuffed with mushroom and bacon in a pepper cream sauce, and both are accompanied by carrots and red onions that have been roasted with rosemary and thyme, and potatoes that have been baked in their skins and then mashed with salt, butter, and whole cloves of roasted garlic. And that's served with a full-bodied red wine from Nymaryan vineyards or a hearty Riverlands black stout.
Man,
Yep. Eating lunch did not work. I needed more lunch. I did not eat enough lunch. This is
I
all.
feel it. I need more lunch. It's about how my stomach feels every
Yeah.
about 1 o'clock.
yes.
Like that was first lunch. I need second lunch.
Uh,
Why not more?
So yeah,
True.
this like the Reach ladies dig in with the least gusto, and the most ladylike stuff. And by Reach ladies also, the ladies that are sitting near them, from House Royce. Maya Stone is eating very, very carefully. She got dragged in over near the ladies by her her friend who made her sit with a bunch of Reach ladies. So she's standing out, but she's eating very slowly and carefully. But like everyone is enjoying this course.
It's a crowd pleaser.
The Lady Olena takes multiple bites for maybe the first time this evening, and samples everything twice in kind of two small bites, you know. And the knights, of course, are digging in. There's a couple jokes from just kind of the rowdy crowd over there, um, as uh, and an elbow in Balin's ribs from the other side, as Bala starts to eat some swan. Uh, but you know,
That was
no,
not on purpose, I promise.
I would have chosen the boar.
uh, okay, then he gets ribbed even harder and louder. Uh, you know, they just change the tone of
Mhm.
their mockery instead. And in fact, Lyle Crakehall uh, laughs and you know laughs at Balin Swan, and Balin kind of shakes his head with a rueful grin. Um, and Merlin Crakehall, his younger brother, is in on the joke as well, as you are choosing a boar over a swan. So it's, you know, the frat boy knights are frat boying it up. Uh, Half of the sigils in Westeros are animals, so this shit happens sometimes, but they're having fun with it. And just everybody's digging in, and generally having a good time.
Nice. I feel better
Um,
about that now because like I gave people 2 spicy courses, so like now it's much more traditional.
yeah. Um, you guys do notice though, um, as Miranda is leaning over and she's very polite about it, or trying to, but she keeps telling Maya like how to eat. Right? It's like, no, like use this hand. And Maya's like, but that's dumb. I always use a knife in my right hand. You know, and it's like, I know how to use a knife. And type of thing. And then and you notice that um, Miranda is kind of getting a little mean girl about it. Not like majorly, but like after she has to talk to Maya, she kind of rolls her eyes a little as she turns back over to the most powerful women in the Reach and the prettiest maids in the Reach. So like she's not being like super shitty about it, but you can tell it's just like hanging out with the pretty girls is something that she is enjoying and that Maya is not. So after a couple of bites into uh, this course, um, you guys actually you're kind of close enough now, Bela, sitting kind of in the middle of the whole thing, that you hear Maya go, "Oh, what's that? Someone is calling me," and she just stands up with her plate, and she makes her way over towards the Dornish contingent, and sits down next to the only woman here close to her size, Obara Sand. And you notice that the Sand Snakes, bastard girls, just scooch over and make room for the broad-shouldered Maya Stone to kind of settle in with
It's home now.
really where all the bastard women are hanging out,
Right?
right? Like there's a knot of warrior women over there now, and Alisane Mormont's just a few seats away. She's
Get
sitting
over
with
there. Yeah.
she's sitting with the Dornish folk, um, you know, because she's sworn to a Dornish house right now, you know. But yeah, so like there's 3 sand snakes, Aunt Elia Sandstorm, and Maya Stone, and you get the feeling it's like it's a pretty like rock solid checkmate for Maya in a passive aggressive like, I'll just go sit with the other bastard girls then, so I don't embarrass you. And for a second, you notice that Miranda looks a little hurt and a little guilty. Like, well, shit, I must have really pissed her off. And then she immediately kind of has to hide it and turn back over and gossip with all the Reach Maidens again. But you can tell, you know, it's a sore spot between them. But yeah, Maya has just gotten up and lent additional manpower to the Dornish contingent. There is another set of broad shoulders over there. Um, and the scooching like ends with Oris, who's anchoring the Dornish line. But then he sees why, because he's looking over the heads of nearby Dornishmen and makes eye contact with Maya. And he's, oh, okay. And then scoots a little more and makes the room. And so, yeah, the room is definitely getting pretty slanted in terms of height towards that extreme. And you notice that Lyle Craycall, the Strongboar, is definitely like standing out more over on the other side of the room. But yeah, like you guys have built a nice little garden of alarmingly tall people over there in that corner with this move from Maya Stone.
You have to be this tall to ride this ride.
No, that's just cruel.
So yeah, that was.
Adam's only 5'9", he's got no chance.
That's fairly tall.
You're the name day boy. You get to say you break the rule.
The one who-
So yeah, it looks like just a little bit of friendly drama between Maya Stone and Miranda Royce this time around. Nothing major. You know.
Anything you don't notice Luke is looking at that, but he does not do anything yet.
Everybody just basically busy digging in on Swan and Boar. Sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, like Adam's definitely having conversations on either side of him. But yeah, like I'm coming up with something specific. I'm kind of blanked.
Renly eats the swan. Stannis gets the boar.
Adam
Neither
will
of
have
them
a,
has any. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say Adam's like gonna have a little bit of everything again.
Aunt Elia, do you think Bela tends to prefer the swan?
I did hear that, but perhaps it was just the rough and tumble food that she ate while campaigning.
Ah, that is the question, isn't it?
Are you gonna ask her about Orain Waters?
I worry that the portion of boar might be too large for her.
Luke cannot hold us in to a laugh. Oh,
I was answering a question in chat. So yeah, Elliot just getting saucy. Get saucy with it.
I was already on it.
well, I would not know it, Elia. I would not know.
Yeah, that's it. Unless Baylor wants to jump
Yeah.
up with a knife in her hand or something.
Oh no, I won't jump up with a knife in my hand. But
Baylor
as you
answers
glance
with
over,
steel.
when you do glance over to her table, she's in the middle of telling the story of how Balin and her and everyone else were in that small cavern fighting the butcher and his men, knee deep in blood and with the spear in one hand, Balin with his morning star, and going at it and being victorious and all that. Starting the story out with like, did he tell you about how we took out the butcher, and then going from there.
And perhaps surprisingly, it sounds to you like the responses that you get that Balin didn't. The story still made its way around because little Robert Frey told everybody, everything that he imagined went on in there, because he stayed outside, but he was like, no, they killed 100 men, right? Like, and he, everybody knows that Balin went with you on the sortie that led to the death of the butcher, but it sounds like Sir Balin wasn't really talking himself up in the army camp, or on the road since then, camping out with these guys in the pavilions and making his way down here and stuff. And he actually blushes a little bit when you talk him up, but a few of them are like, oh, that fucking Morning Star. And you remember, like, he uses that in melees and stuff too, and quite a few of the knights here have probably been hit with it. Not in a euphemistic way, but just literally hit by his morning star, and he's beating the shit out of them. So yeah, like they sound almost sympathetic to the butcher at the idea of fighting you and Sir Balin, and like, oh, and you brought more people. Like, fuck, right? So they're talking you guys up in, good-natured campaigner type of way. So yeah, everyone's in pretty good mood.
And Elliot, do you have an issue with Bela and Sir Swan? Sir Balin?
Well, he came down here and did his duty against the Vulture King, which is more than can be said for many a Reach and Stormlander knight. But, I suppose he's better than most. And she makes a big show of, like, looking over there and sizing him up. We'll see how he does in the archery contest. I've heard he's a good shot. And out of character, you guys all heard that.
Luke smiles and laughs.
I believe the canonical line about Sir Balin is that he is good with a lance, better with a morning star, exceptional with a bow. So, like, his morning star is kind of his trademark among these dudes, but you could tell that Aunt Elia is concerned with how he handles a shaft.
Oh, fair.
But yeah, also that. So yeah, she's perhaps grudgingly okay with their budding romance, especially if she can use it to shame some of the knights that didn't get here in time.
I'd be interested in, like, who she would have picked then. But I'm not there, so I can't.
She probably wouldn't have picked anybody.
Yeah, I guess, maybe.
Just fucking never marry again. It's fine.
Yeah, just marry your spear.
I mean, she hasn't. She hasn't remarried, and she certainly doesn't seem to be in on Grandpa's games, in stuff. You get the feeling that Grandpa Makar may occasionally talk to Sir Derek Fossaway about knights from the Reach, and stuff like that. But you know that, and Elia certainly never really seems to be in on the matchmaking that you've noticed, other than being there when Grandpa tortures you all about it and enjoying it as somebody not being tortured that way. But yeah, she doesn't seem to be in on the game.
I'd be all for bringing it up with her, except I have learned not to piss off two Elias in one session.
Especially not.
I don't think you've pissed off Elia Sand. I think you've kind of bonded.
I mean, especially not when they can get a flanking bonus on you with the 5-foot move. Like you never
like,
one of the Elias flank you.
Like, being competitive with her seems to be her love language.
That's true.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I won't get stabbed.
This is true.
By either of them.
Yeah, we'll find out how you stab someone affectionately.
It is research Luke will end up having to do, I'm sure.
Don't you make that noise, Felicia? I didn't mean it in a dirty way.
Well, no, like...
No, it's just Felicia was making a face and made a noise.
Did that back.
This game's out of control.
All right, we all set with that meat course under our belt? Anybody else got any particular conversating in mind? All right, then. Well, maybe.
No, it was just it was kind of involuntary sort of squeak there.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like you can just have a pleasant. I mean, I don't even know how to broach a conversation with Stannis that isn't utterly dull.
Like, Bela would have had a better chance than Reyna with that, because she could fall back on military strategies or something, right? And that's not really been your thing as much. Like, you're a little bit trained in it, but it's not of interest to you. But yeah, you you and Stannis are not exactly the socialite power couple of the dinner table that are dazzling everyone with your conversations. He is also, just appreciative, like it's a good boar. He said, which is actually praise and actually words, but yeah, he's not. He does not seem the small talky sort.
No, he's definitely not. I can tell.
And
So would you
Grandpa
like
is
me to-
paying all of his attention to Lady Olenna, which is just fine, and tickles me to no end. So I will just continue to enjoy that, and
Alrighty. Ash, you want to hit us with? We are up to what course are we on? Is it the eighth?
This is the penultimate one.
Yep.
Yep. So it is now dessert time, and what's being brought out are pears poached in red wine, bowls of blood melon with fresh mint sprinkled onto it. As it's basically watermelon. Tell from what was written about it. Lemon cakes dusted with sugar, pearls of marzipan, and flaky pastries like seashells that are filled with blueberries and raspberries. Honey cakes with blackberries baked inside them, and little wyverns made of spun sugar that are mainly decorative, but you can eat them if you want to. So it's like a little kind of selection of small sweet things. And that's being served with late harvest sweet amber wine or iced peach tea.
Yeah, this is all sounding pretty delicious to me. So yeah, everyone's probably gonna dig in. Stannis very politely takes little samples, and that's about it. But yeah, everyone else in the room is digging in. You can hear the ladies from the Reach going, "Oh, I shouldn't." Well, if you'll take 2 bites, and you know what I mean, just like all the knights were with the spicy stuff. Like they're all, kind of goading each other into enjoying the dessert round, and by doing so, excusing one another for enjoying the dessert round. So yeah, but this is another round that, food-wise, is absolutely, everyone is enjoying themselves, except
Cool.
Stannis.
oh,
It's
everyone.
like it's like the Westerosi Oliver Cromwell. Nobody's allowed any fun. Just ban
What
it.
were the drink choices? Sorry, I was moderating
Right, there's
chat.
like- No, that's okay. So there's like iced peach tea, which is like the non-alcoholic kind of thing. I suppose you could sling something into it if you wanted. There's also late harvest amber wine. So like late harvest means like more sugar, so it's like a dessert wine, basically.
Okay.
So
The
yeah, so kind
peach
of
tea
nice, cool.
and dessert wine.
Yep.
I'm
And-
sorry.
Not or. And
I was
that's-
trying to make it like evocative and descriptive. I'm sorry.
No,
No,
you're
no,
good.
yeah.
I turned it into the meme, right? Like the.
Yeah, it was just.
Oh, I
arrogant.
see. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Right. I get it now. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't want to make
All right.
everything booze, just in case some people didn't want it.
But I will be resharing that meme.
Yeah, we need to make.
You can clearly see Oris drinking more of the dessert wine than is wise, because he does that when it comes to drinking things.
I mean, also
um,
like the size, like his body mass, he's going to need to drink a lot more than other people to get it done.
He knows.
Right?
He knows. And yeah, like most of the knights and lords go for the wine instead of tea. most of the ladies go for the tea because it's late in the meal and they've been drinking a lot.
Yeah,
But
it's
yeah, and
intended.
you
It's
do,
a, yeah, so it is kind of intended to sort of have that sort of effect.
yeah, and you see a lot of the knights maybe haven't had this dessert before and these drinks, and they're definitely jumping in on it and enjoying themselves, and kind of, hey, try this, and no, eat it, it's good, and they're coming around, they're enjoying themselves. um, Renly, of course, drinks the peach tea instead of the wine.
Well, he did mention about peaches earlier, so yeah.
Gets strong feelings about peaches. um,
Well, they're good, so.
Millions of peaches.
Peaches for me.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
Or,
then
or you could have gone with the Stranglers that walking on the beaches, looking at the peaches. Down,
Look at
down,
that
down.
one. My other option would have been thank you, Georgia Peaches. Made me feel right at home.
I don't know that one. Sorry.
Yeah. Little blues rock.
Cool. So yeah, it's like a little kind of buffet of small finger desserts. And just showing off with the sugar wyverns really to go.
yeah,
I do have a few bites, and then I'm going to move over to the empty spot Maya left next to Miranda.
I thought you were
Alright.
going to hide from her.
I've been brave. I want permission politely to sit there.
As you are making your way over there, nobody notices because suddenly the feast hall doors open. Not the side doors that people have been coming in,
Can't be good.
but a big, like both of the double doors are swung open,
Oh,
and a lean figure in fine silk clothes with shoulder-length silver white hair and a neatly trimmed silver white beard saunters in.
I think I know who that is.
Mm.
Mhm.
The bastard of Driftmark, Orain Waters, has made his appearance finally, and he has walked in with a small flock of Tyrell girls giggling and blushing in his wake. And this is the girls that were seated outside. They all look to be 13 or 14. You guys are all trained in knowing who's who, and even with the handmaidens and squires, it's Alla Tyrell, Mega Tyrell, and Eleanor Tyrell, which means also following the trio of giggling girls in his wake is a very red-faced Alan Ambrose, a burly young squire that is close to his knighthood. And Orain Waters just walks in, a renowned ship's captain and brother to the Lord of Driftmark, and it's dreadfully sorry, got east and west mixed up. Please tell me I haven't missed the whole thing.
Well, you're just in time for desserts.
Cousin Waters.
And everyone knows there is no way he actually got lost. But he is like, luckily, these wise young ladies out in the hallway were worldly enough to send me on my way with keen directions. You know that they're like literally their table is right outside. He's just making a big, flirty show of thanking the 14-year-olds for their help.
The look on Erica's face.
And all of the Reach maidens, and some of them, like, these are like their mothers and aunts and stuff, are blushing appropriately. Miranda Royce, who has shown that she has a certain type, perhaps, lets out an
Mother
appreciative. She lets out an appreciative low whistle that is swallowed by the titters of the crowd. Uh, and Alan Ambrose is red in the face, and it looks like he might be about to challenge Orain Waters to a duel or something for, you know, bow flirting with Eleanor. And the girls are all very pretty. They are young flowers of Tyrell womanhood, etc., etc. But yes, he is very famously betrothed to her and quite proud of that. And then in comes this bastard, right? So he's got he's not taking it well, right? He's not taking it well.
Cad in the
Luke?
binder.
Luke, you're right there, and I believe you were starting to talk to this would be Uncle Orain, I believe. Like he's a bastard half uncle type of thing, but
Uncle,
he's
yeah.
up a generation. Yeah.
I was going to talk to Miranda, but her jaw seems to be on the ground, so I'm going to wait for her to collect that.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't like slip off her bench or anything. She just, she admires a certain silver-haired swagger. So she's just like, and giggling with, say, seated nearest to her. Let's have Mary Crane and Jana Fossaway. And Jana Fossaway is the eldest of the trio by far. She's actually a daughter of the Lady Olena, and is married to John Fossaway, but she and Mary like hawking, so we'll say that they sat together. And, the three of them are all giggling scandalously at each other. And you can see Mary, like, doing the "oh, you" at Miranda, because she might have heard something that happened last time you all saw Miranda. And then she gives Miranda a wink and a nod behind Miranda to where Luke is.
Oh.
Ladies, may I sit here? If you're not too distracted, try to look up at.
Oh my goodness.
And Orain Waters walks up right next to you and sits down. He goes, "I'm sure if there's room for one, there's room for two, nephew." And it's just like
That is.
talking about it, super certain that there's no way this will end poorly. And
Well, I mean, it's the Dornish way to share, so.
and
Cousin, I suppose there's room.
the girls all kind of titter again and like look at each other like, I'm gonna react however you react, right? And like the married ones are definitely reacting less, and that sort of thing. And then of course, though, like flanking the lot of them is like the Stormland contingent, and the knights are all just kind of gaping at each other like, do you believe this bastard? Like, what the fuck? Luckily, like our women aren't here. I would know how to respond if this was our women, but those aren't our women. If the Reach Knights aren't gonna do anything, I'm not gonna do anything, right? And like they're not sure. So yeah, like things are at a brief impasse where the Stormlander Knights aren't sure if they should scoot a little and make room. Alan Ambrose looks like he's looking for something to like throw at Orain to challenge him, and Orain has just not noticed that Alan Ambrose exists, right? He's just very pointedly not acknowledging the 14-year-old child, yapping at his heels behind him. The three maidens that wafted in his wake haven't left the room, They're like standing over near the doors, just like giggling at each other and waiting to see what happens. And you feel it might come down to the Nymaryan responses.
To the young girls, I would have motioned to them to sit near where I was sitting next to Aunt Elia. They'll be safe there.
Are you sure?
Safe enough.
I mean, I would have put them with like the Reachmen because like they have a
Those
better.
bros?
Well, they've got
Oh,
like.
Stormlanders are the bro knights. Stormlanders are the bro knights.
No, it's more they sort of have a chivalric tradition, so they're maybe more likely to know how to behave. And Elia might not have to stab anyone.
I was relying on the stabbing part.
So, looking pleased at being invited in, the three girls drift over that way, and like they see Elia, who's a girl of their age, and they kind of brighten up, and then they get a better look at Elia, and they see her big sister, and they see Maya Stone, and they see like the seated not far from them is Alisane Mormont over in the Dornish wing, and also not far from them is Velena Toland, who's dressed in like practical, almost military wear, like Aunt Elia, who's also seated there. And the girls miss a step, like they're doing this perfect glide across the room in very practiced Reach Maiden style. And then the lead one actually like hitches for a step, and they almost bump into her, and then they immediately recover with the barest of glance at the high table, and remembering that Lady Olenna is here, like grandmother's watching, they miss the tiniest step, and actually turn it into a curtsy. And it's Eleanor that's in the lead, and she turns the little stumble into a very polite curtsy, and looks to Aunt Elia as kind of the eldest seated in that area, and says, "Ladies, I wonder if perhaps we might join you for dessert. The hallway is full of boorish squires." And Aunt Elia gets this like grin on her face.
Oh no.
And young Elia, you can see actually, as they started this way, she did the dude sitting on a bus thing, and just like spread her knees like 5 feet apart, like it just like took over a 2-person sized chunk of bench, like initially, and then she stops and looks at Obara and Aunt Elia, and looks a little bit crestfallen, but it looks like perhaps the fellowship of women is winning out in this case, and they are making a point of making room for them, and you can actually see like down the table, Alisane Mormont gets up and comes walking, rather bare trundling down to that knot, and suddenly almost every warrior woman in the room is there, kind of hovering protectively, kind of, over this handful of 13 and 14-year-old girls that are coming in at the tail end of a feast full of pointedly single knights. So they seem to kind of be just congregating over there. Bela and Reyna are the only lethal women in the room that aren't milling about there, and they're hostesses, so they don't necessarily have to be. But there's a definite concentration of fighter levels over in that corner rather suddenly. And Elia, young Elia, looks kind of pouty about it. Like, damn it, like the pretty girls are here. They're good at stuff I'm not good at. Duh. They're boring. Duh. Right? but Aunt Elia is gracious with them in her way. You know, she doesn't turn into Jana Tyrell or, Mina Tyrell or Elena Redwire. You know, she's still Aunt Elia, but she is friendly with them and, nudges, to make room and all that. And you remember, of course, that the Reach was on her side in Robert's rebellion. So that might have something to do with this kindness as well. Is that Tyrell's led the forces, fighting against Robert. So maybe if this was a bunch of Stormlander girls, this would have gone very differently. but yeah, so
Lucas
the
made his decision to move them over there, or suggest they go over there. So,
and still kind of fuming behind them, Alan Ambrose is like, I'm not gonna go sit with girls and women and and he goes stomping off over towards the Reach Knights, including his family that he's squiring for and stuff like that. And they make room for him with a couple of jeeps, and like, good job escorting the girls in here, and it's fine work keeping the cad away from them, sort of, and just kind of ribbing the squire a little bit, but keeping him from starting a war, looks like.
Yeah, that's what.
I like Alan Ambrose.
tell me, Uncle, how was your trip? And is there any work from Driftmark?
None very good, I'm afraid.
Well,
My nephew continues to but linger, I'm afraid. And it's Monteris is the boy's name. He has gotten no worse, but I'm afraid no better that I've heard either. The trip itself was quite fine, though. Lovely views. I always enjoy sailing past Stormlander ships and making it through the bay with no incident. It's just, this castle is so much bigger than a ship. I barely made it here in time. And he just blithely reaches out for somebody's wine and takes a drink. And you can see Mary Crane is like, oh. But then she maybe is also like, but maybe he chose me. This is almost like kissing, right? So like, she doesn't say anything. She doesn't has a fuss. You can see Sir Parman Crane now paying attention, since Luke and Orain are sitting perilously close to his sister, and he's a generally pretty affable guy. He's not making a big deal out of it, but there's no mistaking that he is, where he is watching in the room now. So yeah.
I will offer him to share a drink with me for our nephew, who is, my cousin, who is sick. It is, just to have a drink.
Oh, it's a fantastic plan, nephew. Let's share a drink to my brother as well. Oh, and to Lord Stannis. Oh, and one for King Robert. He's just looking for excuses to drink, but those are all fair, and it would be rude to refuse.
It would be rude to refuse these, and I shall not.
A couple of servants will scurry over with a gesture. What's the on standby drink, Ash, or are they going to bring more of presumably the wine, not the tea? That would be shitty. Here you go, sirs. Just giving them tea without them asking for it.
If you more that expensive rum left, I'll ask one of the serving people.
I mean, like, I hadn't thought about that. I wasn't planning. I didn't know someone was going to be late. He's messed with my plan. But yeah, just more wine is probably the standby. Like, probably they'll be kind of on standby, like a good all-rounder Nymaryan red and a good all-rounder Nymaryan white kind of thing.
As Luke asks for the rum, Orain like slaps the table like fine idea. But the servant looks questioningly up the table to Adam, not to Lord Makar. Adam, who has been working on all this.
Um,
They look your way. Like there's probably a small reserve
yeah.
of the rum,
Oh
but
yeah, like he probably like didn't kind of go short on it. There'll be like more than we actually needed, just like not loads more. So, but yeah, like Adam wants everyone to be happy, so we'll like give the approving nod to be like, yeah, like give him whatever he wants. If he wants rum, he can have rum.
all right. And that servant girl that helps out is kind of the unofficial handmaiden of both Reyna and Bela, um, both of whom kind of refuse having a handmaiden, at least until it can be a formal highborn girl. But it's Philea. She is half Asoci and very dusky-hued and dark-skinned and all that. Um, but she's kind of the sergeant of the lowborn servants. You know what I mean? Like she's not officially in charge of anything, but she is smart and pretty and old enough to boss around the young ones. Um, and yeah, so she follows Adam's lead and gets the gentlemen their drinks.
So, when Orion gets situated, like Adam will kind of like Bela's on kind of the same side as me. Is that right? She's like you're on the other.
I'm currently
did you
with
move?
the Stormlanders.
Yeah,
Oh,
she
okay.
moved over to sit with her
Yeah.
boyfriend.
Well, that's okay then. I guess she's like, I was going to kind of be like, well, are you introduce yourself to Orion and see what's up, but she's close enough to do that herself, so it's fine.
I don't think she wants to.
Not at this moment.
No,
There'll be time for that.
Yeah, like as a first impression, I don't think he did great.
No.
Well, he did great for some.
Yeah,
It's not
just-
just her good side.
Yeah, it just
Yeah.
depends on who he was trying to impress.
Yeah.
So,
If you freeze frame Erica's reaction during his intro,
Yeah, it's very like a no,
I'm
thank
not
you.
I'm not sure I want to put a ring on that.
Yeah.
But it also depends on how much you care about who you put a ring on, that is all the drama I had planned for the dessert round. So let's go ahead and take our short break and come back for the final round and see what else that nefarious GM has planned for the opening feast. So we will be back. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, y'all.
2.
All right, everybody. Thanks for sticking around on break. Welcome back. We've got about an hour to go and one final course at the opening feast of Addam's Name Day Tourney. We have had desserts. We've had drama. We almost had a couple knife fights. We had a little bit of flirtation. We had some prickly responses to flirtation. We've had the scintillating conversationalist Stannis Baratheon just dazzling the crowd all night. It's been a good time. We are all just undescribably hungry after sitting here listening to Ash describe food for the last 3 hours. But Ash isn't quite done with us.
Not
So
quite.
the final course, lay it on us, Ash.
Right, the final course is a cheese course. But not the cheese isn't coming alone. It's coming with there's candied fruits, kumquats, cherries, and limes specifically, and 3 cheeses. The first is a creamy, very slightly sweet, soft goat's cheese sprinkled with chives. Then there's a crumbly, citrusy feta topped with fresh basil leaves, sun-dried tomatoes, and toasted pine nuts. And the third is a robust, nutty, hard cheese with a paprika and hops rind. So it's been rolled in paprika and hops before it's been aged. So that's kind of macerated into it. And they're all served with poppy seed crackers. And the drinks coming with those are a choice of Tyroshi pear brandy, which is Adam's favourite, or Nymaryan ruby port.
That's a tough choice.
Damn.
But I guess they're not gonna. With the cheese course, it's not gonna be like a choice. It's all gonna be like laid. There's gonna be lots of it out.
Yeah.
You just you
Well, I
want.
mean, the drink choice will be tough.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Important.
all the cheeses were good, and I was going to have all of them.
Yeah.
Good news is, you are the Lady Bela of Wyvern's Rest, so you
Am
can
I?
probably get both if you wanted. Like, you guys are allowed to cheat that way.
All right, just pour them into the same cup. We'll be good.
Yeah,
I
like
would
God
advise
intended.
against. I mean, I would advise against that, but
Okay,
definitely having both of them. Is
I
fine.
will. I will start with the pear brandy to go with the cheeses, and then finish off with the ports as my final drink of the night.
Everything but the phrase "final drink of the night," I agree with. I will go with.
Her final alcoholic menu selection of the
Yes.
night. We'll say it that way. The Lady Olena picks at a few things. She makes sure to try each of the cheese samples. She goes for the wine instead of the brandy, because it is kind of the Nymaryan signature, and she's got some etiquette up her sleeve. Or maybe she's trying to just impress Grandpa Makar by not going for brandy and drinking the Nymaryan stuff instead. Lord Stannis has a very small bite of each of the cheeses. And then he just starts eating crackers. Just plain. He's like, good. This is good. This is calories. So he tries a little bit though. It doesn't make a face or anything, but he just likes his dry crackers.
He's been just fine eating crackers all night.
Yeah, you could have brought in crackers and then some of the boar, maybe.
Well, see,
You know,
if we'd done that, he'd have complained about.
Renly digs in and enjoys them
Good man.
with perfect little accurate smears. He has spread some cheese on some crackers in his day, and
Man
manages
after
to
my
eat
own
it
heart.
all. No crumbs falling onto his tunic. Just the model of courtly grace, and complimenting you very clearly after each dish, because he knows who is had many, so he's enjoying it, and he's able to speak about most of the food and go, "Oh yes, of course, this has blah in it," and, throughout the meal. Pretty
Yeah.
complimentary stuff. Um,
Yeah, I mean, and
Yeah.
like Adam's got like a lot of kind of, I guess, things to say about like why he's picked specific things and so on. So they'll have been chatting about that all the time.
yeah, and he listens. He clearly is paying attention and able to conversate on such topics. And
Yeah. Also, Lord Renly, I was hoping to lead a hunt a little later in the week. I would be honoured if you and Sir Loris would join me.
Splendid idea. We'll have to see how busy the two of us are with the tilt proper. But yes, suppose that nice ride in the Dornish country needn't be a miserable affair, so long as the company is pleasant enough.
Well, of course not. And well, it's not all desert here. We have a beautiful forest and meadows. So it's not the dry wasteland that some might have you believe.
The sum in question tends to be history books, young Adam. Traditionally speaking, lords and knights from the Reach and the Stormlands haven't always had a good time on their hunting trips here in Dorne.
That's
But
true. But thankfully,
we also haven't normally been invited.
that is also the case. So I'm quite glad to say that is currently in the past, and I hope that continues.
And may it stay so, indeed.
Yay, made friends.
You can check that off your list.
Yes.
Step 1 of Renly's achievements are unlocked.
Yeah, like I just need to do the loyalty mission now.
You need to do
And
every
the-
wind up round.
What?
Get your reputation up. Yeah, that's how it works. You gotta grind the mission every day.
Yeah, totally.
The servants are a hustling and a bustling, clearing away the prior dishes and topping off drinks. And then, Adam, you notice that a few extra servants are coming in and carrying small things and murmuring with various lords, ladies, and knights. And the other 3 Nymaryan siblings notice a little nod from Grandfather Makar and a few of your servants, Falea as well, let's say, take off to go grab a few things. And a few minutes into the cheese course, Grandfather Makar stands, which he hasn't really done since people arrived here. He's been sitting all night. But he stands, and you realize it's not just you that just falls silent when Makar Nymaryan stands in Wyvern's Rest. Like, there's just something magical about this place. The Warden of the Stoneway, when he wants attention here, gets it. Nobody makes an effort. Nobody gestures and hushes everyone. He just politely raises a hand to acknowledge the silence and attention that he has by the time he is fully standing, right? It's just like, yeah, no, like this is a dragon in his lair, right? And everyone's quiet and turning and looking politely. And oh, yes, quite right. I guess that was 9 courses, and counting up. And Grandfather Makar lifts a glass of Nymaryan red and says, "My grandson has already thanked you all for arriving, and House Nymaryan also thanks the 7 that so many of you did so safely. It is my hope that this feast laid out before you, in addition to the bread and salt offered, will continue to build upon the bonds of brother and sisterhood between these houses that are all too often uh, poor neighbors, let us say. But the reason we are all here, aside from the lovely Iris Dannett, who most of you will meet on the morrow when the tourney proper commences, is of course my youngest grandson, Addam, who is 6 and 10 this very day. And as such, has a few gifts coming his way. And then he nods off to one side and lowers himself back into his seat. And for a moment, you see almost like there's a flash of panic in each of your hearts because Aunt Elia comes walking in with a bow in her hands. And you're like, oh shit, she go kill us all. But it looks like Aunt Elia just might have won when it was time to draw straws or something, because she approaches the high table where Addam is sitting. And you notice that Renly has scooted over a seat to leave like room for you kind of by yourself to be alone up there as this procession commences. And Aunt Elia has a beautiful golden wood longbow in
Wow.
her hands. I will give you the mechanical stats for it later, but it is comparable to your Dragonbone double curve, except as a longbow you can't use it from horseback. But it's a full-sized bow, and everyone hears a low whistle from Sir Balin Swan as he sees that. And he, at least, knows and appreciates the amount of golden wood and work that goes into a proper longbow. And Elia just kind of sets it on the table in front of you and says, a good double curve is all fine and dandy, but as much as your cousin might wish it, we can't always be on horseback. So, when you're fighting good and proper with your feet on the ground, see if you can get some mileage out of this.
This is wonderful, thank you.
And then she actually just circles up and takes a seat at the high table. Since Luke and Bela have left, there's room, and she feels like she gets to sit up there now. And in come, returning, after having grabbed a little bundle from under the table, the 3 sand snakes approach the table. Obara, and then Elia, and then Sorella. And each of them, even Elia, is carrying a pair of golden wood arrows. These are going to stack with either bow that you use them from, but you are only having the 6, and they're going to be broken when they're used. But they are just perfect arrows that Aunt Elia got sized perfectly to your draw, etc., etc., etc. So you now have a half dozen golden wood arrows. Obara looks, I don't want to say nervous, but, courtly feasts and stuff aren't really her scene. So she just kind of drops them on the table and then reaches across with one long arm and gives you a smack on the shoulder. Like, kill whoever needs it. And then heads back over.
You have question now.
Elia is making a very big show of here you are, Lord Addam, since you're a man now. Oh, I suppose that would mean you weren't one before. And immediately goes from this obsequious, overly mannered, oh, here, Lord Addam, oh, here, to just casually dropping the arrows on the table and sauntering off. And you guys hear, like, shocked little gasps from the trio of Tyrell maidens that were sitting with them. Like, what did she just do? Oh my, the Septa is going to have her hide. right? Like they're like, what? 14-year-old girls can do that? Holy shit! Like, you guys,
Laughing very loudly.
yeah, you guys are starting to riot. And then last, of course, is Sorella, who neatens up the bundle of 6 of them and offers it to you. And you know that Sorella, of course, is quite an archer herself. And she just gives you a wink because she knows how good these arrows are and how good that bow is. So she is glad to see her cousin have it. So, goldenwood longbow and 6 goldenwood arrows.
Sweet.
Nice. That's awesome.
And then Grandpa Makar nods to the siblings. As the next blood in line, it is up to you 3. Who wants to go next?
Luke will stand up. He will kind of walk off to the side where one of the serving people hand him a box, and he will take the box, very ornate, up to Addam and hand it to him. And kind of opening the lid for him, there's a pair of mirrorish lenses, a microscope and a telescope. And he will say, just these gifts are to be a reminder not to let physical limitations ever stop you, brother.
I will treasure them, Luke. Thank you so much.
He nods and fades back into the crowd.
Okay. Bale will get up next, and she has this large, round, egg-shaped object, and it is, as she approaches closer, you can see it looks like a dragon's egg, but not an actual dragon's egg. It is instead crafted to look like a dragon's egg. And it has very ornate details carved into it and gems placed inside of it, like a Fabergé egg, but the size of a dragon's egg. And on the front of it is the Nymaryan house logo and all sorts of designs carved and inlaid into it across the rest of it. And it comes with a little stand to set the egg on. And she just sets it down and says that the beauty of this egg pales in comparison to how handsome you are, brother.
Oh, thank you so much, Bella. That's beautiful. It's exquisite. Thank you so much
You're
for
welcome.
the gift and the compliment.
And then because Bale is a little silly, she kind of like ruffles his hair a little bit.
Gotta
on
remind
this,
him who's in charge.
yeah, on this occasion he will accept that. That's fine. But I mean, he's already just like blushing, quite profusely.
I'm not sure how this is going to work, but this is how I think it's going to work. So, Raina nods to a servant who brings up a little box, a little carved box, flat, that opens like this. But anyway, she brings up the box. Take it over to Addam. Open it. Like that. And there's a key in there.
Ooh, intriguing.
And this key is it's just a key. It's a key like you've seen the Maester carry around with him here at Wyvern's Rest. The culmination of these gifts are actually is a place. And it is a place to keep your gifts. So
I'm very intrigued, sister.
we all came together and created you a solar in which you can do your business and perform your scholarly passions and keep your precious, precious gifts. And
I, I'm at a loss for words. That's so generous and thoughtful. I can't wait to see it.
well, I look around. I'm like, I don't know, grandfather.
He'll have to wait a little while till the feast is over, but yes.
Of course.
And as you think about it, Adam, as kind of the bean counter of the house that was also like micromanaging the prep, it did feel like you guys were just missing a whole fucking room. Like, because you were putting guests here and there and empty this storeroom and fill it with this stuff instead, and blah 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 blah. And you're like, yeah, no, like there was a whole room missing, like a full guest quarters bedroom sized room, that that was off in the math, and you're like, now that makes sense. Okay, so yeah, you know that they have carved out a an office for you, a solar for you, and you're pretty sure you knew right where. Now that you're stopping and thinking about where each guest is staying, and you know, and stuff like that, but you're like, oh, yes, of course, that would be the room. So that kind of falls into place as some nagging math that had been bothering you.
Oh, yeah. Like Adam's just like blown away and is clearly like, I need to say words, but I'm just too overwhelmed. Yeah. Like all of them will get big hugs if they will accept them.
Yes.
Of course.
Okay.
And in this solar, you will find, Grandfather Makar begins with, Archmeister Gildane's work, the complete Fire and Blood, being a history of the Targaryen kings of Westeros.
Oh my goodness, that's wonderful. That'll be fascinating.
Which, out of character, is actually the name of the book you can buy. The conceit of the book Fire and Blood is that it's written in character and stuff. So there you go. Now Adam can officially know everything in that.
Now, Adam and he had the same book.
And then Grandfather nods to the lady Olenna. And she goes, well, I'm not standing up, but in it you'll also find Archmeister Mathar's Origins of the Iron Bank and Bravos.
Oh my
You're
goodness.
you're the smart one, dear. Act like it.
Well, I try to be smart, my lady.
I want to assume this is the in-universe version of the play Hamilton.
Oh yeah.
Next up is the unlikely couple. Sorry, the unlikely pair. I don't want to hurt Adam's feelings by calling them a couple. Of little Edric Dane and big Oris the Aurochs Waters.
Oh, my best pal.
Edric is clearly in the lead, so that he is bringing Oris, who is carrying the thing. And you know that this is Edric's way to get Oris earlier in line than he should be. As,
Oh,
yeah. And
I love
Oris,
the both of that boy.
Oris is carrying a very fine saddle carelessly over his shoulder. He's not carrying it like you should to present someone a gift. He's carrying it like someone carries a saddle. And
He's being
then
himself.
in his other giant hand is bit, bridle, etc. to go with the saddle. And it is a very deep, dark, like wine red leather that it is in. And he stops for a second and then puts it in the empty seat next to you and then goes, all this stuff's from Sirs Addam and Derek. Saddle is from Edric. Lord Dane. He's looking a little nervous at being in
Yeah.
front of.
Yeah, like Adam will give him like one of his very warm smiles that he keeps just for him, that say so loudly how Adam would do anything for him. And just kind of give him thank you for bringing that up. You did.
And
Give him
then,
if he's close enough, give him a pat on the elbow.
and then Ned pipes up and says, and they all go. And Urge goes, oi, I got a palfrey.
Ah!
You that's so generous. You didn't have to go to all that trouble for me. But thank you.
No trouble. Ned brought it from Starfall and such.
Oh,
And then Ned leans, like, kinda impishly for Ned. Like, this is pretty impish for him in front of me. He goes, I told him to name it Prince Daron.
Okay.
And you lot remember, Prince Daron was the youngest son of King Aegon the Unlikely, who was betrothed to the Lady Olenna Tyrell for 9 years, and then ran off with his knight and friend instead, breaking the betrothal and staying true to himself.
Oh, that's layered with subtle meaning.
So, you will now have a castle-forged palfrey, and then a very nice saddle, bit, bridle, etc.
Ned, we have like you. Well, you have to come with me when I take them out for the first time. Then.
He lights up. He's like, I was hoping you'd say that.
like I would go without you.
And then Grandfather Makar gives a little gesture, and like, all right, they've had their time. The accepting speech has gone on long enough. He doesn't want any rumors, maybe. So, cool horse, extra saddle, bit bridle, etc., etc. Then will come a procession of guests that are lumped together by region instead of specific knight or lord that is giving you this gift. And also, just so you know, I'll hook you up with this list later,
Sure.
so you don't need to like write them all down.
Good, because I
But-
will totally forget.
You receive from some Stormlander guests a caution for young girls. The infamously erotic pillow book featuring works of debauchery claiming to be the illustrated memoirs of the Lady Corianne Wild, handmaiden to a queen, paramour of a young knight, camp follower, Mirish servant wench, Tyroshi mummer, plaything of a basilisk isle pirate, Volantis sex slave, handmaiden of a Carthian warlock, Lycian pleasure house mistress, and then eventually Septa in Starry Sept in Old Town. This is an infamous sex comic that makes its way among entirely the wrong sort of people, that has also very famously been added onto over the years with increasing depravity.
Oh my God.
And Renly Baratheon is unable to keep a straight face as you unwrap this book. So you're pretty sure you know who's behind it. But he does not claim it. And yeah.
Yeah, like Adam's gonna go like the brightest of bright red. Look at that, just, like, and not know where to look. Be like, oh, I've got to say something about this, but I'm also wanting to sink into the ground right now.
And then
I will put this away and consult it later. Thank you.
you also receive Red Sands by Maester Gareth about the Dornish and Reach Wars from a Stormlander. And then,
That's like that could be taken as a threat.
or as Stormlanders trying to make you like them more than the Reach.
Yeah.
And then you receive Rubies and Iron by Maester Naylan, which is about the warrior women of Semiriana, Biasabad, and Kayakayanana in far-off Essos, who are exotic warrior maids quite famous with Westerosi nobles for their iron nipple rings and ruby facial piercings. Hence, Rubies and Iron. But it's totally a military book.
Totally.
And
No
then,
joke.
and then you get the true account of Addam of Duskendale's journeys, about a merchant from Duskendale who made a fortune in eastern Essos. But the book also talks quite a bit about these exotic warrior women with iron nipple rings and ruby facial piercings who famously go around topless. But it's totally just a book about a merchant and making money through Essosi trade.
Lovely.
I'm sensing a
Oh.
theme.
These books.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, for
It's
the
like,
record,
it's like, why aren't there exotic warrior boys I can read about?
There's regular warrior boys.
I mean, that's fine too.
Blame the patriarchy. That's who's responsible.
Yes, yes, it's definitely a picture.
for the record, every one of these books you're getting is real in universe. They are
Yeah.
nautical publications in Westeros. I did my homework and I found cool shit.
Oh my gosh.
So, and yeah, well, there's not many things Adam loves more than a book. So,
Next up,
Like, it's in
From-
the floor.
from the assortment of Reach guests, you have Maester Aeon's account of the War of the Nine Penny Kings, which is a solid and respectable military treatise on that.
cool.
Then,
And that's pretty cool.
rather saucily, you are given Archmaester Viron's book, Triumphs and Defeats, about the construction of Storm's End. And this gets an open, like, sneer from Loras Tyrell. And you, sitting next to him, Bela, see and hear Stannis crumble to dust a cracker in his hand.
Oh dear.
Because Stannis held Storm's End against a siege from the Reach. And a Reachman just gave you a book about Storm's End defenses to his fucking face.
Oh. Okay.
So, you got that.
Yeah.
Uh,
Cool.
And then Grand Maester Munkins. Oh, and Renly's face is meticulously neutral when you get that book.
Okay.
He smiles pleasantly. You are 90% sure he is behind it. The Lord of Storm's End is not offended at you getting that book. But
No.
the man who held Storm's End against a siege from Loras Tyrell's father is very offended. But Renly, like, if you weren't right there, you know, everybody, you just look perfectly neutral, you know. So then you get Grand Maester Munkin's seminal work, A Dance of the Dragons, a true telling about that Targaryen civil war. From another Reachman, you get the Annals of the Black Centaur, written by Septon Jorkin, about Lord Commander Orbert Caswell of the Night's Watch, a renowned archer from the Reach.
Oh, nice.
Septon Eustace's work, The Reign of King Viserys, first of his name, and the Dance of Dragons that came after. Another historical telling of the same book. Both of these are included in Fire and Blood, but it's nice to have the primary sources. Archmaester Gildane's seminal work, The Princess and the Queen, or The Blacks and the Greens, which is another, like, out-of-character real life, that's what they called this work when George R. R. Martin wrote it. And then, finally, and rather interestingly, you get Maester Yorick's book, Wed to the Sea, being an account of the history of White Harbor from its earliest days. And you remember that House Manderley started in the Reach.
It did, yeah.
Exiled to White Harbor. But you now have a fancy history book about where you went and did your squiring.
Cool. That's fascinating. Yeah, like, Adam will be visibly, like, so pleased with this and be like, if there wasn't a gathering right now, I would be going to read all of them immediately.
And several of these are, they're spread across multiple scrolls, etc. So everyone that came is giving you something. It's just that sometimes several guests add up to one completed tome.
Sure.
So you're only getting 3 full books from Dornish guests. But that is Archmaester Timothy's Conjectures, which is about the Targaryen attempt to turn the rest of Dorne against House Nymaros Martell, and they, failed. Maester Beldecar's work, History of the Roynish Wars, which is about the ancient Rhoynar and Valyrian conflicts that led to the Royn coming over to Westeros and Dorne. Like, the most recent of those wars was like 2,000 years ago, right? So, old history book. And then you also got 10,000 ships about the warrior queen Nymaryan leading the Royn, the Rhoynar people.
Yeah, she kicks ass.
Couple of cool Dornish-centric books. Then, from the Vale, you get the Chronicles of Long Sister, a history of the Three Sisters Islands there in the Vale. You get a Consideration of History, also by Archmaester Periston, about the wars between the Vale and the North. And finally, you get Archmaester Harmoon's Etched in Stone, about the ancient First Men axe carvings that can be found in the Vale, and how many of them were co-opted by the Andals upon their arrival. So it's kind of an archaeology, anthropology type of book.
I legit, like, out of character, want to read pretty much all of these. He said that one especially does sound fucking brilliant.
Yeah. From your Riverland guests, you get The Rogue Prince, or A King's Brother, a consideration of the early life, adventures, misdeeds, and marriages of Prince Daemon Targaryen by Archmaester Gildane.
That's Blackfire, isn't it? Daemon Blackfire?
No. This one is
the other one.
other famous Daemon. He's an actual Targaryen. He is a bastard by character, not birth.
Well, who doesn't love a magnificent bastard?
He is also the guy that founded the Gold Cloaks and, like, first armed them.
Cool.
And he is the father of the namesakes Baela and Rhaena Targaryen. So, twins that your twins are named after are his kids. And then you also get the Iron Chronicle, about Harwin Hardhand's conquest when the Ironborn took over the Riverlands, which led to his son ruling as King of Isles and Rivers, and then his grandson, Heron the Black, erecting Heron Hall. So it's kind of a history of Heron Hall, kind of a war book, kind of a history of the Riverlands. And you notice Grandfather Makar nods approvingly at that one.
That one in particular.
He's made approving sounds about all of them, been very polite, but it's kind of a knowing nod at that. You notice, since you're
Okay.
sitting right.
Interesting.
Next up,
You're really spoiling me.
written by Grand Maester Pycelle of King's Landing.
Oh lord.
No. By the way, you know
Observe.
Pycelle still doing the analysis for the last feast we had, right?
Well, I mean, if it's written down, it'll likely not take as long.
Observations upon the recent bloodlettings on the Stepstones, which is nominally a book about the War of Ninepenny Kings. Mostly, it's about how really cool Tywin, Kevan, and Tyget Lannister are, and how they would not have taken the Stepstones without those three, and without taking the Stepstones, etc., etc. So it's a very famously slanted book given to you by a Westerlands knight, written by Grand Maester Pycelle.
Cool.
And then, finally, you hear a heavy chair scrape not far from you, and Lord Stannis Baratheon, Master of Ships, stands up and pulls from, under the table a small bundle, and sets on the table in front of you 6 times to sea, being an account of the great voyages of Alan Oakenfist, which is a biography of Alan Valerian's life by Maester Bendamure. That generation's Lord of Tides and Lord of Driftmark.
Thank you so much, my lord. This looks fascinating.
A boy should know where he's from.
Indeed, this I would like to learn more about my mother's house.
And when you know, then you'll be a man. And then he just turns and sits down. Like, your birthday ain't shit, read a book. This is your final gift.
No,
So, yes, you have a reading list.
Technically,
I have a library now. This is great. Sorry, what were you saying?
and there's one more, but it's in the office. So
Oh,
Yes.
Oh, that's extra exciting. I look forward to that then.
It's a naked woman.
it's not.
You've
Oh,
ruined
we
it.
don't know there isn't a naked woman in there. We just don't
I'm-
suspect there is.
I mean, Adam's like a good-looking fella. It's like it's not unheard of that like a girl might be interested. She's just gonna be disappointed. That
Yeah, she's lucky she wants that. But yeah.
So, that is our list of gifts. That was a lot of fun to pick out from the canonical lists of in-universe books and scrolls, and trying to find a bunch that were just decent gifts, but that also maybe had double meanings and were insulting other guests, etc., etc., etc. But yeah, looks like Grandpa Makar got every one of your guests on board with populating your solar.
Yeah.
So you've got
You
this
went-
comical, it's a comical pile of books and scrolls on the table and stuff next to you.
I feel like he sent letters out going, "The boys are nerds. Just send books."
With my gift, the message with it was a lot of the point of it. It was
Yeah.
the meat, but also his message with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is the last of what I had planned for the opening feast. The last couple of things on my potential list weren't much and weren't going to do much. So we'll just say everybody is scattering to small talk. And if you'd like, you lot could hustle Adam away to take a look at his solar real quick.
Yes.
I will say Luke is going to send an invite to the Reach Girls and to the Sand Snakes and to who else? Who else is cool but not being a dick? Nobody.
Mary Crane, Miranda Royce.
Well, she's with the Reach Girls though.
All right, I was well. They're both from the Vale, aren't they?
Well, they are, but they
Mary-
were that group.
Well, I mean,
Miranda,
Miranda.
she's from the Vale. Mary's from the Reach. What are you inviting them to?
We just after party at the pools by my chambers.
After party.
Yeah.
More wine, have some more fun. Yeah, okay.
Which leaves that final gift. We'll be able to pick up that thread. My assumption is you're all going back to the feast.
Yeah, and-
just sneaking out to put the books
Yeah.
away and to
Yeah.
take a look.
I mean, like Adam will kind of say, like on his way past, Oris and Edric say, like, we're going to go and look at the solar, but what, like, once we come back, we are going to be drinking and making merry.
Pools up.
Prepare yourselves.
Oris just trying to go. I already seen it.
Oh.
And looks tired for a moment.
Yeah.
Well, don't
sorry.
tell me what it is then.
But he goes. All right, but we'll be here. And
Don't get too
off-
drunk without me. Thanks, pal.
So off you go. And yes, your big sister Reina has the final gift, which you've actually already seen. You just didn't know.
Look at his face.
I'm like, I'm racking my brains of like, what have I seen?
All right. So we go to there, and I give you unlock it. It's your office. So
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I will go to the door and like, very, very excitedly, but like trying not to rush it. Really, right, savor this moment. But I want to get in. And yeah, and we'll cautiously push open the door because he's not sure what he's gonna find. Step in.
all right. Mostly the walls are covered with shelves for your books and scrolls. Especially the back wall, the wall behind the desk. The desk is my gift. The desk is rich crafted and is made also of fine wood from Golden Grove, which is where
Ooh.
Owen is. That's their home. And this desk has been crafted for you. All right. The chair, not so much, but you can get your own chair made. But and behind it is like a scroll, like the honeycomb looking.
Yeah, I know the kind of thing you mean. The sort of system them into.
For the scrolls. But there's a space on the desk for the egg, and there's a space on the windowsill where there's like a built-in shelf for your nourish lenses.
Yeah, I'd will like walk up to the desk and just be kind of running a hand over it, sort of reverently. Just this feels almost like too much. This is wonderful and more than I could have hoped for. You're all generous and thoughtful. I couldn't have asked better siblings.
Oh.
I will treasure all of these things, and I will make good use of this place for the house.
You absolutely will.
Now I know why Oris looked so weary about having already seen it. I take it he had
Yeah.
to do the carrying.
Remember
Yeah.
the last time you spoke to him, he had some big heavy piece of furniture wrapped in canvas, and he looked startled that you were talking to him while he was carrying it. He was the one that toted this desk across the yard and up the stairs.
Oh, bless his little cotton socks.
What did you say?
I know, I was just, my words failed me there. Just, oh,
I believe it was bless his little cotton socks.
yeah, yeah.
Yep, no, I heard it good then. All right, that was correct.
Oh,
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure his cotton socks aren't.
probably not. Nothing with that boy's fault.
But
Um,
the sentiment just being that, like, bless him for carrying this heavy thing. That was. I appreciate it.
He was willing.
Yeah,
So,
Adam's like just like trying not to cry right now. Like, oh.
Adam,
So yeah,
Ryan, come join us in the pools. Chorus, you too. Let's go chill.
Oris stayed down at the feast. He's like, I already been there. I already had to walk up those steps. I'm not going back to that office yet. He told him he was gonna wait back there.
Yeah. We should go and get drunk together.
He
Yeah.
said lovingly to his desk.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna go and fetch my purloined bottle of fancy rum. Like, we are going to sit in this room until one of us gets drunk by the other.
Adam, pools.
Yes, we're going now. Oh, this is fantastic. I love this. I love everything
Also,
about it.
I must invite. Luke did not specifically invite Orin Waters, but he was also right there. So
Arain will probably invite himself. I wouldn't be surprised.
After party.
After party where all the cool kids will be, not you, Elia.
I'm sure she'll be there.
Oh no, I'm only joking.
you got an invite.
I'm only joking. She can. It's fine.
I mean,
It's not like a real serious, like, angry problem with her. She just infuriates him in a kind of rival type way.
she's so fun and easy to surround.
Like I said, we're frenemies.
Frenemies.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is an amount of polite mingling after the party. Most of the knights and lords are, kind of getting ready for the joust, which is kicking off tomorrow. Most of them are less worried about the archery. But, joust starts tomorrow, archery contest starts tomorrow. So a lot of the knights and lords are getting a good night's sleep, so they're not going to stay up too late. But that is mostly the highest ranked of them, who kind of by default are allowed to choose to challenge people first. You guys at this tourney don't have a bunch of like hungry hedge knights desperate to impress, so the first picks aren't going to be hungry hedge knights desperate to impress. It's going to be the highest ranked knights and lords who want to, make a splash early in the tourney. So most of the fighting men. What's that?
Lady Dana is relying on us to make sure that only the highest quality of knights make it through.
Totally.
Right.
So most of them are fairly moderate tonight and head off. But Sorella Sand does not seem bothered by after party, despite knowing the archery is tomorrow. Oris doesn't turn down a drink. Maybe he just figures being drunk will make it more sporting, or maybe he just knows he shouldn't challenge anybody in the first day or two because he's supposed to wait till later in the week after the lords have had their chances, So he's off. Ned is just fine. He figures he can squire okay as long as he's moderate. So he doesn't drink extra, but he does go with to the after party. And yeah, you've got some sand snakes. Because Elia, of course, is lurking in the pools. Like when you guys get there, she is there and ready, and actually has a bucket in her hands that she yanked from somewhere just to like start the splash fight early. She's just waiting for people to get close enough. just good old fun stuff.
If Adam clocks that in time, he's going to be very warily trying to like stay away, but will probably not succeed. She'll get him eventually, but
Not
he'll definitely.
necessarily. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say like if I'm going in, like I'm taking her in with me because like this, I'm just if she gets close enough, I'll just be like yoink, you're going in.
Do any non-Dorks people come to the other than Oris come to the pool area?
Yes, we're working on that.
Okay.
And most of them don't come for like the whole party, but you all do get a small gaggle of very highborn ladies that come by, and they are the lady Jana Tyrell does most of the talking. She's mid-30s, maybe about Aunt Elia's age. She's the youngest daughter of the Lady Olena, and she is wed to John Fossaway. And she is a friend and peer, and kind of the big sister figure, despite being an aunt to Marjorie Tyrell, for instance, Desmara Redwine, who's actually here along with her mother, and also just most of like those little 14-year-olds you guys just met, Eleanor and Mega and Alla. Like she kind of rides herd on most of them. Lady Jana does most of the talking to you lot because Mary Crane and Miranda Royce are unabashedly enjoying the view of some of the half or mostly naked knights splashing in the pool, and like
Yeah.
probably couldn't answer you if they had to, which Adam probably gets because Adam or Oris did get talked into hanging out in the pool some. Nobody is splash fighting him, rather curiously, afraid to be murdered, no doubt.
Give me
Well,
a chance.
the NPCs aren't, let's put it that way. But, like, there's a half-naked Oris standing there, stripped down to his breeches and all that. So, like, Miranda, Maya Stone, and Mary Crane are just not paying attention. There could be a fire, and they'd be like... but Jana Tyrell actually speaks to the Lady Bela. And she is looking excited for all four of them. The other three, of course, are young and single and allowed to appreciate the view. She is focused like lasers. And she says, I've heard the riding contest will be open to women, rather like the recent one at King's Landing that Lord Stannis opened to ladies.
Yes, indeed.
How delightful. Yes, girls, did you? Yeah, they didn't hear. Well, just know that there will be several of us signing up. Mary had such a good time, and she has not stopped talking about you lot since she returned home. Can't wait to to saddle up and compete. How novel, quite. And I'll be talking to the other ladies, and we'll see if any of them would also like to ride. But you will certainly have at least we four, she says, rather, kind of Karen adventurously. Like, this is a big deal for her to sign up for something at attorney, and it looks like she's, the younger girls were bragging about it, and she's all for it.
Well, great. It'll be a nice ride through the Dornish countryside, and you'll get to see a little bit of
water on Bela.
What was that?
I dump a bucket of water on Bela. What she's talking.
Rude.
I'll be in a minute. Come on.
Lady Jenna squeals and takes a few melodramatic steps back, like a reach lady should, that sort of thing. And then the sudden violence of a bucket being thrown on somebody seems to have snapped Mary Crane out of her fugue state, and she kind of blinks her eyes clear and goes, "Oh yes, Bela and Reina, I brought my hawks, and Jenna brought hers, and we look ever so much forward to going hunting with you."
Oh,
Excellent.
great.
Which was something you guys talked about at the feast in the Red Keep. She was really eager to show off that sort of thing to you lot.
Well, I'm eager to let her.
Yeah, that's really exciting. As I kind of like shake some of the water off me a little bit. Not that it helps much.
Trying to act like this is completely normal, and you know,
Yeah.
I sink back into the pool and laugh.
and Mary, she goes, do you think you could bring some of the other ones, the she bear, and some of those other fierce Dornish ladies? Just all us warrior women could go hunting. Eh? Eh?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get as many as we can.
You get the feeling that like she's gonna talk about this for years
I
back home in the Reach. Like I went hunting with sand snakes, and Bela, the you know, and you know the veterans of the Vulture King War, and blah blah. You know, like she's gonna be talking about this for a while. So yeah, she and Miranda are you know girlishly excited. Maya looks less excited because riding is like her job. You know, she's not a highborn lady. This isn't right. But she's just kind of idly enjoying the view in the pools, and yeah, then that gaggle of highborn gals makes their way away. But yeah, it looks like they just wanted to confirm that those plans were still on, and wanted to confirm it. And you actually hear Mary's high-pitched, happy squeals, like just around the corner. You hear her hollering to some of the girls who were waiting just around the corner. Like, they said yes, they said yes! And you see she and Desmera Redwine spin a circle, like melodramatically, like grabbing each other and spin in a circle, and then like dart off down the hallway to tell some of the other girls that they were all going to get to go riding and hawking and competing in a tourney, and oh boy, won't the boys just not know what to do, and you know that sort of thing. So they all look very excited.
Great.
They're so easy to please.
I think
Luke.
I think quite a lot of the kind of like our sort of we're doing some kind of things that are quite novel to them, like because it's culturally different here.
It's called having fun.
Westerosi people have fun.
They just have a different fun.
I
so for
had
them,
fun
you
at White Harbor sometimes, if it wasn't too cold.
Yeah. You had, a,
Too cold.
you had a great time going riding.
Once
Oh,
Look, I
wait.
for fun.
I had a good time riding all but once.
But that's why they don't let their highborn ladies sometimes go. You know, they could go riding. They can go for rides pretty often, but like racing is pretty novel for them. And you know, so yeah, they're all looking pretty excited about that sort of thing. And we've got, you know, something else to fit in later in the tourney. Wasn't gonna let that plot thread lie. Now that the girls are here to take you lot up on it. With that though, it is 6 o'clock. Do we have any particular plans for the after party splashination? Other than general hanging out and tomfoolery?
Addam's plan is dunk Elia fully under the water at least once, and some splashy at Oris, because splashy is the aquatic equivalent of do you want a cup of coffee?
Right, it's in all the pickup books.
Yeah.
Splash them with water.
Yeah, let's splash them with water. It's like how you say you like someone, like asking them if they like bread.
Bread.
Do you like bread?
I say as like very awkward person. And yeah, like we'll probably mostly, yeah, like, definitely kind of get in the water, drink some more, just kind of generally party. But like we'll like particularly try and start a splash fight with Oris, flirtatiously.
Elia will fight you to the death. Like dunk back. If you
Yeah.
dunk her, like she comes up from down there, like with your ankles, and upends you, and right, like vengeful sand snake style.
I
Oris,
thought that would happen.
yeah,
Because
just more
I figure
stuff.
I figure it might have to get pulled apart before we drown each other.
Oris makes a big show of leaning against the side of the pool with like arms crossed across his chest and like glowering and like, don't you do it. And then you splash him. He's like, I mean it, you stop. You're a
It'll
man
just be like
now.
a little flick of water first, and then like a little bit bigger. And...
You're a man, not a boy, and if you go offending knights, I can challenge you.
What's offensive? It's just a little bit of water.
Which of your siblings do you want me to kill? Eh? You
None
better
of
knock
them.
it off. Like he just makes this big show like I'm not playing with you. But so he never splashes you back, but he never actually tells you to stop. He's just
Okay.
a couple years older and making a big point of standing at the side of the pool looking cool.
No, okay.
Basically.
Yeah, and like Addam would give up eventually and like go splash Ned instead because he'll probably play along. But that'll be a very different kind of splashing.
You get about 3 little paddles away from Oris, and then you feel a massive set of hands on your hips, and then you're airborne for what feels like about a minute as he yeets you to the far side of the pool.
Oh, Jesus!
Like, as soon as you look away, he just grabs you and, like, fucking caper tosses you. And by the time you can come up sputtering again, Oris is
So when it happened, Luke yells,
sitting on the edge of the pool, looking over.
That was underhanded and rude, sir. That was most undignified.
Not
Like-
true, and not a knight did it. That makes it chivalrous.
Taking advantage of your status. That's just what.
I'm so proud of him.
Like Adam's like laughing all the way through this, but is doing very strong mock affront. Like, how very dare you, sir?
Easy on, lad. Got knighted by the king himself.
Oh yeah, just brag about that again, because you know I haven't got a comeback to that.
So yeah, Oris that just immediately goes back to looking standoffish and grown up, and I'm a dignified knight, and all that. But yeah, fighting real hard to keep a straight face.
Why
splash.
are you?
Splash War's
Oh.
on.
Yeah, well, I mean, once Luke has said splash war, Luke is getting splashed. So
What? I get splashed?
Yeah.
I ordered the Splash War?
I'm splashing the messenger.
No.
As the splash war escalates, eventually there is a clear technological advance as long-running military conflicts tend to bring about, and splash tanks come about. Ned is on top of Oris's shoulders, and you are grabbed from behind, and Obara Sand lifts you up and puts her on top of your shoulder and commences to sort of shoving, wrestling, splashing stuff.
Obara, we must crush them! Crush them!
So, you know, just kind of normal summertime fucking around in the pool stuff.
Yeah. Try not
yeah.
to get water in our cups.
Elia will fearlessly wade in and like she'll splash Bela and Reyna if they're there. It's important to her to never show fear to Westeros. So, like she's just picking at the edges and starting fights, and just everybody kind of relaxes, has a good time. Nobody's drunk enough to drown, so that's good. Like, here's enough mostly sober people there, and enough tall people there that the pools are okay.
Mostly
Um,
the tall thing.
3 or 4 feet, not like fucking
Yeah.
full.
Um, and I think we can just do kind of a slow camera pan away from peeling laughter and joyous splashing, etc., etc., as an end to Addam's name day. 'Cause
Yay!
it's a pretty cool way to end a day.
Yeah, that's fun. That was great.
Wet.
So, that means we've still got the tourney to go. The name day proper might technically be over, but starting in 2 weeks' time, come on back here for the first rounds of archery and the first round of the joust, which is also when we're going to explain exactly how the joust works and remind everybody of at least part of the prize at stake, as the guests here to Wyvern's Rest will all get to formally meet the Lady Iris Dannett, the Queen of Love and Beauty, that will have an assortment of knights vying for her hand, and if they are good enough, for several other body parts.
Ew.
Because romance.
Yeah,
That's a way to put that.
That was
Yeah,
not a romantic
that's a
way to
way.
push it at all.
No, totally romantic. You guys, I've been married like 15 years. I know what I'm doing, all right?
Felicia, is this true?
No.
Felicia,
Wow.
I've been married exactly as long as you have. You have no authority over me in this. If I say it's romantic, it's romantic.
That's right.
So
There's a
we'll see
lot of things that are romantic that are not.
we will see everybody back here in 2 weeks. Thanks for hanging out. And we are going to pick up with some jousting and more roleplay and some arrows a flying. And yeah, we'll see how the rest of this tourney gets rolling. So thanks for coming by, everybody. And we'll see you in a couple of weeks for jousting, archery, and perhaps some conversations with Grandpa Makar and the Lady Olena. See you soon, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.